Good evening. Tonight, I am going to tell you the story of unrequited love. A love that a god felt for a female who did not wish to reciprocate it. But before we begin our story, let's settle down for a relaxing half hour. Take a few seconds to calm your breathing. Allow your body to sink deeply into your mattress. Now take a few deep breaths as you lie down, inhaling and exhaling, feeling your heart rate slow down, settling while any thoughts of the day also subside. As you feel those thoughts slipping away, simply let them go. Just lay any burdens aside, any other anxieties that have been crowding your mind. And now, imagine that you are in ancient Greece, a land between the sky and sea, a land where stories hold the key to our past and also to our future. A place where there are hundreds of stories to hear and to tell. There, the sun shines high, the wind is cool, and many sailboats grace the waters as they journey around the islands, islets, coves, and bays. You too would surely like a trip to this historical land. And so, you relax as you listen to this story. Are you ready now? Then let's begin. This story takes place a long, long time ago in ancient times, when humans and gods and goddesses, nymphs and magical creatures roamed our planet. This was when the light of the sun was known as the great god Apollo, and the glow of the moon washed over the earth every night by his counterpart, the goddess Serene. Apollo, the god of light, son of Zeus, had but one important duty: to drive a 4-horse chariot across the sky, to give light to all men, women, children, and living things. As he did so every day, Apollo would race his chariot from one end of the earth to the other, watching the world as it woke up beneath him every morning. Now, you must understand that Apollo was a god who held quite a lot of power. For with his light, the sunlight, he caused plants and trees to grow. He gave energy and power to every living thing. Without him, none could live as prosperously. And because he was the great god of the sun, he was loved by many maidens. Throughout his existence, Apollo fathered many children and took many lovers. Truth be told, the goddesses adored him, sought out a place in his realm, and wished to experience his love. The mortal women, too, often gazed up to the sky, admiring Apollo's warmth and strength. Apollo did not marry any women or goddess, but that is not to say he did not have lovers. He had dozens, in fact. But our story is about the first female whose beauty bewitched Apollo, before anyone else claimed his heart. She was also his most famous love. This female's name was Daphne, daughter of the river god Peneus. Daphne was a nymph, a beautiful, sprightly, and sensuous creature who lived among the sparkling ripples and waves of the water. Nymphs were not human, and not fully goddesses. Perhaps minor goddesses, you could say. And there were many of them who roamed the earth, wherever there was nature, trees, caves, beaches, or meadows, you would find the nymphs gathering there. The nymphs were responsible for looking after the plants and animals of their realm. They protected the living things who grew freely, filling the earth with colour and vibrant energy. There were also many different types of nymphs. For example, the nymphs of the flowers, who lived between the blossom's petals. The nymphs of the breeze, who flew on the wisps of cooling winds that sailed around the earth, following their father, the wind god. There were nymphs of fountains, rivers, and springs, those who chose water as their constant companion. They were also called Naiades, the nymphs of trees and forests, whom some called Dryades. From the tall pines to the great oaks, the forests hid many of the nymphs between their branches and leaves. Then, the nymphs of the sands, who made their home amongst rocky shores and shell-covered beaches. These graced the tides as the ocean rolled back and forth, back and forth. There were many other types of nymphs, too many to name them all now. What is important to remember is that they were lovely, graceful creatures, and their beauty was, in fact, what shaped the earth's beauty. Daphne was a naiad nymph, caretaker of the waters. Her ethereal beauty was a blend of the water's restlessness and calmness. As she moved along the river, she caused it to flow in many directions, giving life and grace, and reflecting the sun wherever that river journeyed. One day, as Apollo raced his chariot high in the sky, he noticed his own reflection in the river, and, as he followed it, he also noticed the beautiful nymph who was responsible for keeping his water pure and flowing. Yes, there she was, her long hair dancing in the water, her naked limbs caressed by diamonds of light as they danced on its surface. The irresistible Daphne. Apollo had heard the other gods and creatures speak of Daphne and her beauty before, but this was the first time he saw her with his own eyes. He needed not even a full minute to decide that she was the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. He could hardly tear his eyes away from her, but duty called, and as the day wore on, he sped his chariot across the sky, from one end of the earth to the other, all the while thinking of this nymph he had seen, unable to get her out of his mind. When Apollo consulted his friends, they told him what he hadn't known before. Daphne was a peculiar creature, and he should be aware of this. She did not desire to marry any man or god. She was a nymph committed to her work, to caring for the water. There was no human nor god alive who could distract her from her daily tasks. "Trust us, we've all tried before," they admonished Apollo. The truth was that Daphne admired Diana, the moon goddess. Diana was said to be pure and chaste, while serving the universe as was her duty. And Daphne wanted to be just like her. She did not want to marry anyone and become committed to anybody, be he a man or a god. Well, as you can imagine, Apollo did not think this to be much of a challenge. The next day, as his chariot passed over her river, Apollo called out to her. Daphne gazed up at the sun god. Showing off again, she said to herself. She continued swimming, continued ignoring him. And again, Apollo called out to the young nymph. "Daphne, don't you desire to ride with me in my chariot of fire?" he asked, but she paid no attention to him. Apollo tried to get Daphne to look at him day after day, but she could not be convinced. Finally, he decided to look for Eros, the god also known as Cupid. His arrows, when shot into the heart of any creature, would pierce them with love and desire. This was Eros's daily activity, and surely he could help Apollo out here, the sun god thought to himself. However, Apollo could not help but laugh when he found Eros and saw him playing with his bows and arrows as if they were great hunting weapons. Apollo felt proud of his own powers, which could not even stand comparison to Eros's single arrow trick. He swooped on over to the god of desire and gave a little laugh. "Why do you play with weapons of war? They are probably better off in the hands of someone who knows how to wield real weapons," taunted Apollo. "Hand them over, and maybe you should play with kindle flames instead." Eros was not amused. Apollo thought quite mightily of himself, and he was indeed powerful. But that was no reason to make fun of the other gods or their duties. "Strike everything else you want with your great arrows, Apollo," he called back, "and leave mine alone, lest they strike your heart." Apollo laughed, and was about to tell him that he did indeed need one or two of his arrows for Daphne's young heart. However, before the sun god could get any closer, here is what the god of desire, Eros, did. He carefully chose 2 arrows from his full quiver. One was a golden arrow. It was very sharp, and gleamed in the light that shone down from Apollo's being. This one he held carefully, fitted on his bow, pulled back the string until it was tight enough, and then pointed it straight at Apollo's heart. Upon release, the arrow flew through the air and hit its target. The sun god was smitten as he looked down on Daphne. If it was love that filled his heart in days past, now it was the desire so strong that nothing else could compare. But Eros was not finished yet. He had planned a second arrow, a very, very blunt one, this time tipped with lead. This one he adjusted to shoot straight to the heart of Daphne. And those who knew Eros and his ways knew that the arrows tipped with lead would do the opposite of love. They would repel. Whoever was struck by these arrows would also be struck with hatred for the one who was in love with them. And they would also be immune to all the so-called weaknesses that being in love sometimes brings. Now, you must remember that when this story took place, Apollo was still a youth. He had never been in love before, and, as we all know, falling in love for the first time is an experience unlike any other. And now, Apollo's first love was consuming his heart and mind. The way the sea consumes the sand when the moon's tide carries the water back to the shore. All day long, as he drove his chariot, he could think of nothing else but the beautiful Daphne. His wheels were on fire, and so was his heart. When night came, and the western wind had cooled the chariot, he still could not put her out of his mind. Daphne was the theme of his dreams. She ruled his thoughts, as if a nymph could ever overpower a god. She never did fall in love with Apollo, for the arrow that pierced her heart was the one tipped with lead. Whenever he passed above her, she felt repulsed. She hated him. She despised him and wished he would disappear forever. Of course, she also knew that without the light of the sun, darkness might overwhelm the world. And so, if he must love her, then let him love her from a distance. She would not give in. Daphne was determined to stay as pure as the moon goddess Diana, whom she still adored. One day, Apollo could not stay away from the object of his love no longer. He followed Daphne as she flitted through the grass. It was a beautiful spring day. The flowers were blossoming around Daphne's feet. Little birds fluttered down to sit on her shoulders. As she walked, barefoot in the wet grass, Apollo thought to himself that it looked as if the grass beneath her feet shimmered in golden showers. The white-hot flames of his chariot shone down like a spotlight on her, and made the sparkles around her glow like an aura of beauty. He was mesmerized. Apollo came lower to touch her. He wanted to kiss her soft lips, feel her skin, caress her hair, and lie down with her in that golden grass. But before he could approach her, Daphne heard him moving and spun around. "Keep your distance, Apollo," she warned him. "Come now, Daphne," protested the sun god. "I am not your enemy, but your lover. I bow to you and you alone. I might conquer all others on earth, but you have conquered my heart, and I only wish to worship you, to kiss you." He moved forward to grasp her hair, but as Daphne heard these words, she began to run, and run, and run. The more afraid she grew, the faster she ran. She was spurred on by the fear in her heart, just as Apollo was spurred on by love as he started to chase her. She sped on, her heart racing, her hair blowing in the wind. He followed her close, his chariot gaining speed and wings on fire. Daphne could feel Apollo's heart close behind her. She picked up her feet and ran faster, faster, faster. But then, the nymph of the water realized that she could never, ever outrun the sun. She was nearly at the banks of the river, ruled by her father Peneus. She did not stop until her feet touched the water, and then she cried out, "Father, help me! Save me from Apollo!" She was calling out to the river god, her father, Peneus. In that fateful moment, Peneus heard her cry. He looked to see that his daughter was being overcome by a being more powerful than other gods. And if it was love that was spurring him on, well then, his power would be even more invincible. He knew what he had to do to save his daughter. No longer would she be the unbound, carefree nymph that she was before. No longer could she roam the forests, swim in the rivers, go wherever she pleased. He would change her into a different creature. But this way, she would not be overcome by Apollo. He would turn her into a laurel tree. It was a tough decision for any father to make, but Peneus knew that it would be for his daughter's own good. As Apollo came nearer, he reached out to grasp Daphne's arm, and with the other he clasped her waist to pull her towards him. Suddenly, the skin of her flesh started to dry up and grow darker, the color of bark. Apollo thought she had stopped and was about to turn to face him, when he saw from her long and nimble legs the roots of a tree grow outward and reach to the earth, digging themselves into the soil. He looked into Daphne's eyes and saw there was a look of both anxiety and relief, all at the same time. And as he gazed at her face, he saw it morphing beyond recognition. Her long, flowing blonde hair, those strands that he saw as jewels and had come to love, started to blow in the wind, reaching wildly up to the sky. He watched as her hair kept on blowing, kept on morphing, and took on the shape of leaves and branches. Apollo did not know what was happening to his beloved Daphne. A magical, mystical effect was taking place, but he did not know where it came from, or how. As he stood, looking at her now frozen, he thought he could hear her voice, even through her pursed and frozen lips. "I could never love you, Apollo, not in the way that you love me. I am the child of the earth, and forever here, connected to the earth, I will now stay." Apollo cried out in fear at this voice. He took a step backwards and gazed in astonishment. For now, he saw that the young nymph had completely morphed. She was no longer a girl, but a tree. A laurel tree with deep green leaves, steady branches, and a trunk rooted firmly in the earth. He tried to touch her, but she did not feel as supple as before. Woody branches now stuck out, poking at his fingers. Even so, he moved forward to embrace her. Still he saw beauty in that earthen tree, those deep green leaves. He reached out to pluck a few of the leaves, a few of the branches, and shaped them into a crown he placed on his own head. "Very well, Daphne. Since you cannot be my bride, at least you shall be my tree. You are my laurel one. I shall wear you always in my hair, and think of you all day long for every day to come." Daphne could hear Apollo as he spoke these words, but now a deep calm and peace had filled her heart. For her father had heard her cries, and had given her the chance to keep on living near the earth that she loved so much, and wait for no man, no mortal, and no god, no immortal, to ever touch her in a way she did not desire. In her mind, Daphne was free. She might be forever stuck to the soil. She might not have the freedom to move about as she once did. But this was the kind of freedom she knew how to treasure. This way, no other creature could ever own her. She could finally be like the moon, an object that all men admired, but no one had ever enslaved. She could finally live in the light of her heroine, Diana. Apollo was forced to go on with his day and his existence, and, oh yes, he did find other maidens to love, even other goddesses. Yet, he never forgot his first love, Daphne. From that day on, Apollo always wore the wreath of the laurel tree in his hair, and, on Mount Olympus, anyone who had completed a mission fit to be honored by the gods was given a laurel crown to grace their heads as well. It was considered a mark of beauty, a crown of glory. And, to this day, men and women all over the world still speak of laurels won. It should also be said that from that day on, all other living creatures thought twice before they ever dared to mock the god of desire, Eros. For everyone learned from the mistake Apollo had made. In the land of ancient Greece, every 4 years, a laurel wreath was given to the winner of the Pythian Games, a competition held to honor the sun god, Apollo. Thank you for joining me for this story on Soothing Pod. I do hope that when you find your true love, it will be reciprocated to you in the way that you wish for. Good night, sweet dreams, and until next time.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we journey to lush, fog-shrouded mountains to relax and unwind with the Greek myth of star-crossed lovers, Echo and Narcissus. We will journey through forests of cedar and pine, hear tales of beauty near still, glassy pools, and experience a tale of love unlike any other. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to relax and find comfort in the space that we are in, here and now. Close your eyes and allow your body to sink into the mattress beneath you. For a moment, I want you to try and imagine a floating orb made of a thick, cool mist. Imagine that orb bobbing through the air, slowly and gracefully, until it just barely brushes the crown of your head. Breathe in and out. In and out. As this orb slowly moves down your body, bringing a refreshing, cool chill with it everywhere that it travels. And as it travels, pay attention to how your muscles feel in each and every body part. As the orb of fog brushes down your arms, turn your attention to the muscles there. With that gentle touch of that orb, feel your hands, arms, shoulders, and wrists relax and unravel, sinking deeper into the mattress than you thought possible. Feel the mist travel to your chest and rest there for a brief moment, filling your lungs with fresh, cool air. As the comforting fog envelops you, let the tension of the day melt away into the room around you. Feel as the heaviness in your heart evaporates, becoming part of that orb of fog. Feel as your lungs open up more and more, allowing you to breathe more slowly and deeply. Follow the orb of fog as it travels down each leg, starting at your hips, then your knee, and finally your feet. Feel as your knees unlock and settle into a comfortable position. Feel as any aches or pains in your joints dissipate, like they were never there to begin with. And with this tension melting away, feel your whole body enter a new state of relaxation. The peaceful little orb hovering over your head slowly unfurls, blanketing your room in a soothing layer of snow-white fog, like a cool, serene sauna just for you. Now that we have taken the time to unwind and find comfort in the space that we are in, here and now, let us begin our story. The mountains deep within the countryside were said to be some of the most beautiful in all the land. They were peaceful mountains, miles and miles from the nearest town. You could not hear the laughter, nor talk of men when you disappeared into its evergreen groves, sat by its still waters, or laid your weary head in its fields, flourishing with wildflowers. It was a place to escape, a place of respite where nothing in the outside world mattered, a place where no one would find you if you simply wanted to go somewhere and be without bringing the expectations of others along for the journey with you. And because these mountains were such a serene place, untouched by the struggles of men, it was a place where those who possessed magic long traveled to. And perhaps one of its most frequent visitors was none other than Zeus himself. As often as he could, he would travel down to the mountains, escaping his obligations as a god and as a husband. He would join the wood nymphs, who always welcomed him with jovial smiles and gifts of gratitude. They would embrace the god the moment he set foot on the mountain, and would introduce him to the peaceful, joyful life that they all lived. They would bring him to the flower-filled meadows, where they would lie in the tall, silky grass, breathing in the sweet aroma of the flowers and reading long, flowing poetry to one another. They would watch as the petals drifted by on the nectar-tinged breeze, dancing as if nature was putting on a show just for the nymphs and Zeus. They would take him to the waterfalls that dotted the high, lush cliff sides in the region. There, they would embrace Zeus as the cold mountain water ran over them, its gossamer filling the surrounding air, giving a home to rainbows that would often shimmer and appear before their very eyes. They would sing songs there, giggling and laughing throughout the whole day. Sometimes they would play games in the forest, zipping and frolicking through the thick leaves with smiles on their faces, trying to hide from one another. But truly, there was only one person they needed to hide from, and that was Hera, the wife of Zeus. She was, rightfully so, a jealous goddess, and soon she caught wind of Zeus's escapades down in the mesmerizing mountains. She began to travel down to the mountains whenever her husband could not be found back home. And when she did, the nymphs knew they had to do something to protect themselves and avoid being caught. Hera was not known for being particularly understanding, nor was she forgiving of those who spent time with her husband. It was a young nymph named Echo who was tasked with protecting the other nymphs from Hera's wrath. Anytime Hera traveled down to the mountains, Echo would step in her path with a smile on her face. Echo was perhaps the most charming out of all the mountain nymphs. She was a woman of absolute beauty and grace, but it was her personality that drew everyone to her. She had a way with words, the ability to draw people in and make them feel special about themselves, a way to invite them to experience life with her in an entirely special way. And so, people loved Echo, and for quite some time, Hera was no different. Every time Echo stepped in her path, Hera was enthralled with her. Echo would chat for hours about everything and nothing, her melodic voice soothing Hera, and her charming stories causing her to laugh, cry, and be truly vulnerable. And Echo genuinely enjoyed her time talking with Hera. Though it began as a ruse, she came to look forward to the goddess's visits down to the mountains. But soon, Hera caught on to Echo's task at hand. When they rounded a corner into a vibrant glade one fine day, Hera caught sight of the nymphs running away, trying to escape being seen with her husband, who was lying in the cool grass with a smile on his face. Hera was devastated, not only by her husband's betrayal, but by what she perceived as Echo's betrayal. She turned to Echo with anger and bitterness and power spiraling in her beautiful green eyes. She raised her hands over the nymph and, with magically charged words, she told Echo, "Your tongue has made a fool of me. Henceforth, your words will be more brief. You will always have the last word, but never the first." With that, Hera disappeared, taking her husband with her. Echo felt something shift inside her chest, like a piece snapping out of place and forever getting lost. "Are you all right, Echo?" one of the gentle wood nymphs asked, finally summoning up the courage to emerge from the woods. "Echo," Echo responded. She blinked in surprise, placing a soft finger to her chest, wondering how words she hadn't intended to say had sprung from her lips. "Echo, what is the matter?" another wood nymph asked. She laid a hand on Echo's cheek, looking into her eyes with sincerity and concern. "The matter," Echo replied. The wood nymphs all came around her, wanting to aid their friend. It was then that they realized what Hera's curse had meant. Echo would never be able to say anything except for the final words that came from another's lips. There was a period of mourning then. The other wood nymphs longed for Echo's tales and stories. They missed her beautiful singing and the charming way she spoke of the beautiful world around them. On occasion, the nymphs would gather by the very waterfalls that they had once bathed with Zeus, and there they would sing softly and slowly, taking it word by word, so that Echo could sing along with them. They would do this for hours, simply to have the opportunity to hear her beautiful voice echo off the canyon walls and dance between the trees once more. For quite some time, life carried on as usual, though Echo missed expressing herself and singing. She tried to find peace and comfort in her life in the mountains. She still collected flowers and danced with her friends and slept by crackling bonfires under starry night skies. This went on for months and months until memories of her life while she still had a voice of her own were faint. But life in the mountains changed eventually. There was a town miles and miles away, a simple town of stone streets, a craftsman town full of pottery and art and vibrant woven cloths, all knitted together to create the fabric of the community. And within this town was a man named Narcissus. From his birth, he was one of the most popular, beloved people in town. He had high cheekbones, flawless skin, and breathtaking blue eyes that others frequently got lost in. His hair was golden and shined in the sun, casting a golden glow on the world around him, everywhere that he went. Because he was so beloved, Narcissus was not treated like those around him. He was viewed as somewhat of a god, a beautiful man, too beautiful to belong to any of the women in town. He was so beautiful, in fact, that anyone who looked at his face would fall madly in love with him. It would start with a feeling of warmth that would rush over their bodies like a cerulean wave. The rest of the world would fade away as they gazed upon his face. There were no other people, no words, no music, no breeze whispering through the trees next to them. All that existed was him, the beautiful boy with the golden hair. Their hearts would begin to beat in pace with his, as if they were tied together now, meant to be with one another. But because every woman in the town was in love with him, Narcissus did not know true love. He felt too high and mighty, too narcissistic to love anyone but himself. And so he lived a lonely life, surrounded by people who were infatuated with him, but would never truly know him. One day, the men in this town decided it was time to traverse to the mountain far, far in the distance. Narcissus accompanied them, and for the first time, he entered the woods. He was not a man who found any particular beauty in nature, nor was he a man who was fond of spending his time with other men. As they settled in to camp for the first night, Narcissus wandered off into the woods, thinking himself too important to have conversations with the other men. He walked along a simple, winding dirt path littered with leaves of amber, green, and fiery red. It was peaceful here. The birds chirped overhead, even louder as he passed, as though they, too, could see his beauty. It wasn't long before Narcissus realized that he was lost. The path had disappeared from beneath his feet long ago, and he was in the center of the lush forest with nowhere to go. Little did he know he wasn't alone. In a grove of trees nearby, Echo caught sight of him. It was the first time the forest had ever had visitors aside from Zeus and Hera, and she found herself wondering what this could mean for her future and the future of the mountain. She brushed leaves aside as she made her way toward the man. She could only see him from behind, but what she saw made her heart stop. He had a muscular build with soft, woven clothes that clung to his skin. Sunlight filtered through the trees and lay across his strong back, casting patterns that moved as he did. Unable to speak to him, she followed behind him for quite some time, simply watching in peaceful silence. He seemed frustrated as he wandered through the woods, and as afternoon began to sweep its cold hand over the forest, a mist laced through the trees around him. He looked almost like a painting, a man alone in the woods, standing in a grove of trees and surrounded by a thick blanket of fog. For a moment, Echo sat next to a tree and simply breathed him in, observing him like the piece of art that he was. And it was then that he turned toward her. She was obscured by a lush juniper bush sprouting from the ground before her, but peering through the fragrant branches, she could see him. As his eyes swept in her direction, and as she took in his face for the very first time, life as she knew it changed. He was, without a doubt, the most beautiful thing she had ever seen in her entire life. At once, a warmth of affection and love washed over her. Her mind was enveloped with thoughts of what could be. In that single moment, she could see it all laid out before her. She could see her life with him, the two of them, waking up in a cabin in these beautiful mountains together, cooking breakfast over a crackling fire as the morning sun painted the mountaintops blue and pink and gold. She could see them eating their breakfast, wrapped in one another's arms as the birds began to rise from their nests, shaking off their slumber and singing their words to awaken the rest of the world. She could see them wandering through the woods together every day, stopping by gentle streams to bathe together in the cool mountain water, standing beneath waterfalls and laughing as they held one another under the slowly cascading water. She could see them lying in fields of wildflowers, his strong hands weaving a crown of flowers just for her head. She could see them curling up in bed at night, their fingers intertwined as they watched the stars sweep across the night sky. They would listen to the sounds of the forest falling asleep, the crickets chirping into the night air, the wind whistling through the leaves just a bit louder, the jackals and foxes howling in the far distance, singing a song of their own to the crystal clear night air. And as she saw all of these scenarios in her head, she fell more and more in love with each fantastical moment. She shook this dreamy facade from her head, returning to the reality at hand. Narcissus was walking away from her now, continuing his journey through the forest. She felt a tug at her heart, as though the universe was telling her she needed to be with him. Blindly, with only him in her view, she followed him deeper and deeper into the woods. With every quiet step she took over the beautiful forest floor, she fell more and more in love. She felt as though she knew him, as if she knew the story of the spring in his step, knew the reason why he always kept his right hand clasped at his waist, knew the reason he paused to brush his hair back and smiled ever so slightly every time he did so. This continued for several hours. Narcissus was lost, and yet he had utter confidence that this challenge was not too much for him. He felt that he could find his way back home with ease. After all, he was Narcissus. And as those hours dragged on and on, Echo followed. But the more time passed, the more careless she became of concealing herself in the trees. The love she had for this man was so overwhelming that it seemed her body had no room for anything else. Finally, Narcissus stopped for the night. He had an inkling that there was someone in the woods with him, but he did not fear. He settled down at the base of a beautiful willow tree, making his home for the night under its flowing tendrils. Echo settled nearby, nesting in the branches of a gnarled lilac bush with heavy flowers that peppered the grass at her feet. She could see him from there in her fragrant hideaway. She watched as he lit a fire for the night. As the sparks emerged into the dark night air, she felt as though the breath had been sucked from her lungs. The warm glow of the fire illuminated his face, making him look even more beautiful. He was ethereal, like an angel the gods had placed upon the earth just for her. It was almost unbearable how perfect he was. Echo longed to kiss his plush lips, to hold him close, to run her hands through his golden mane and whisper poetry into his ear. Had she not been cursed, she would have approached him hours ago, but the fear of her curse driving him off was sowed deep within her, just as Hera had hoped all those months ago. That night, as Narcissus slept, Echo crept a little closer to him, desperate to get more of a look at this angelic man. She watched in awe as his chest rose and fell, rose and fell, rose and fell, rose and fell. And with each breath he took, she felt more enamored with him. She desperately wanted to kiss him, but knew she could not. Instead, she placed some lilacs by his head and returned to the bush, hoping that the gift would be well received. That night, she hardly slept, and when she awakened to Narcissus tucking the flower she had laid by his head behind his ear. The purple petals popped against his golden hair, and Echo felt even more longing just being near him. Wanting to find his way back to the village, Narcissus continued on his way. Echo thought it would be just like yesterday, a journey through the woods, trailing behind her beloved. But that day was different. The fog in the forest was thick, and though it brought beauty with it, it also brought a sense of mystery, a fear that anything could happen. Narcissus's confidence waned as he traversed the woods, and Echo's footsteps became crystal clear to him. As they wandered into a stunning swath of forest, chock full of birch trees, Narcissus stopped. He turned on his heels, his eyes wide with worry. And then he spoke for the first time. "Who is here?" he asked, his voice wavering in the slightest. Echo clung to those 3 words in utter awe. Even his voice was beautiful, like melodic poetry. She hid behind a nearby tree, her heart thrumming against her ribcage as she took in the sight of her beloved. "Here," Echo replied. Her words were bright and airy, fueled by the overwhelming love and affection she had for Narcissus. Narcissus looked around in confusion, but there was a spark in his eyes. Echo's voice, even though controlled by the curse, was just as beautiful as it always had been. "Who is here?" he asked again. His words were stronger this time, tinged with more curiosity than fear or concern. "Here," Echo chimed again. She wrapped her hands around the bark of the birch tree before her, wishing that it was Narcissus she could hold instead. "Who are you?" Narcissus called out. "Come to me." He began to tiptoe around the woods, looking in bushes and behind trees in search of the mysterious source of the voice. Echo tiptoed around him, keeping herself hidden the way that only wood nymphs can. "Come to me," she sang. Narcissus grew frustrated with this game. He settled into the center of the forest, his arms crossed over his chest as he glanced around, eyes narrowed. He thought perhaps it was the forest playing a trick on him. He had read stories of creatures in the woods tricking people. So, eager to get to the bottom of it, he called out once more, "Who are you? Let us meet." The last 3 words set Echo's heart ablaze. Her love, the man she had been following for a day now, he wanted to meet her. He wanted that future with her, the cabin in the woods, breakfast over a fire as they watched the sunrise paint the landscape around them, lazy days beneath waterfalls, laughing and singing in one another's company, sleeping beside one another every night. Echo couldn't endure living in the fantasy on her own anymore. She burst out from her hiding place, her arms outstretched, ready to embrace the love of her life. "Let us meet," she cried, smiling from ear to ear. She was overjoyed that he finally wanted to meet her. She had never felt so happy in her life. But Narcissus was shocked to see the nymph. As her arms wrapped around him, he pushed her away in shock. At home, no one dared to touch him. Angered and horrified, he snapped at her. "Take off your hands. You shall not fold your arms around me. Better death than such a one should ever caress me." Echo stood in the forest before him, crestfallen. "Caress me," she replied against her will. Distraught at his rejection, Echo disappeared into the forest, leaving a trail of tears in her wake. She found her way to a cave high in the mountains, a lonely place where she could drown in her sorrows over her lost love and reflect on what her life had become. Had Narcissus not been a cruel man, he might have learned to love Echo. And had Echo not been cursed, she might have shown Narcissus how to love another. But fate was often unkind to the Greek gods and goddesses and nymphs that came before us. Narcissus wandered through the woods, distraught by his strange encounter. It was there that he discovered a pool of water that seemed to glow in the sunlight. It was undisturbed. Not a single animal drank from the cool water. Not a single leaf had fallen upon its glassy surface. Narcissus lowered himself down to take a sip of the water, and as he did, he saw the most beautiful sight before him. It was a man with high cheekbones and brilliant blue eyes, a man of beauty and grace, a man that looked as though he had been carved from marble for the gods themselves to enjoy. And it was at that moment that Narcissus fell deeply, madly in love. He was spellbound by this man in the water. This man he had never seen before. He leaned down, trying to kiss the man, only to realize that it was his own reflection. But love is strong, and love for oneself can be one of the strongest loves on earth. Narcissus lay by the water in a trance for days on end, enamored with his own reflection. As more and more time passed, he wasted away until one night he disappeared. In place of his body grew a breathtaking flower, a flower with a golden center and stark white petals that reminded the nymphs of the snow. Echo, too, disappeared, though part of her remained. Her voice, echoing people's words back to them in the beautiful mountains. I hope you have enjoyed this story, and it has brought you a night of peaceful, restful sleep. Please join me again tomorrow for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and I am going to tell you a wonderful story that will lull you into a peaceful and restful sleep. Today, we're going to journey to ancient Greece, where we will listen to the romantic, magical tale of Hades and Persephone's relationship. From strangers to rulers of the underworld. Before we begin, let us take a moment to find comfort, light, and peace in the space we are in. Close your eyes and turn your focus inward for a moment. Do you feel any tension in your body? Are any of your muscles tight or rigid? Take the time to acknowledge this tension and set it free. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold that breath. As you exhale, feel the tension melt away from your body. Relish in the instant relief and connection you have with yourself as you feel your muscles relax on the soft mattress underneath you. With every breath you take in, imagine a soft, warm light entering your body. Feel the warmth of your breath travel through your body ever so slowly. As it inches through you, imagine it like a thick, warm paint, coating every nerve, every muscle, every cell in a soothing balm. Take one more breath in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hold that breath. As you begin to exhale now, feel the remnants of the day leaving your body until you are left with just this moment, here and now. Now that you have found comfort in the space you are in, let us begin. Long ago in ancient Greece, the gods were all powerful. They ruled over a land of magic and of beauty, rolling hills ripe with olive trees stretched to the sea. Fields of barley and wheat swayed in the ever-present salty breeze. It was here that Demeter caught the eye of Zeus, the ruler of all the gods. Demeter was the goddess of the harvest and of agriculture. Her very existence allowed for the farmers to grow the freshest crops and for all the gods to enjoy the bounty of the land. Their love affair consisted of days traipsing through flower fields, eating the fresh peaches that grew on the beautiful land. They would lay in the soft grass for hours, speaking of the other gods, of the people and land they ruled over, even of their hopes for the future. Soon Demeter found herself pregnant. Zeus began to visit less and less, and this left Demeter with a hole in her heart and a distrust for the gods of the world. In late summer, laying in a farmer's field, she gave birth to a daughter. As she looked upon her beautiful baby girl, she felt the warmth of love overwhelm her. In that moment, she knew she would do whatever she could to protect her daughter from the greed of the other gods. Persephone grew up playing sunrise to sunset in the fields of Greece. She rolled in the sweet grass, climbed tall oak trees, and lounged in the warm sun. During the hot days of summer, she often found herself dozing off as the gentle, fragrant breeze caressed her face. Through her connection with the nature and her relationship with her mother, Persephone became one of the most kind-hearted girls in all of Greece. Daily, she would play with the forest nymphs and help them solve their problems. She would clean the land with them, till the land with them, and sit by them in the long hours of the night, tending to a fire and helping them care for their young. Persephone was even loved by the local farmers. Though her mother tried to keep her away, she often found herself helping the fathers tend to their fields of crop and their animals. Demeter loved her daughter dearly. She loved her daughter so much, in fact, that she greatly feared her daughter ever leaving home. She often worried about any of the other gods falling in love with her daughter and taking her away. Because of this, Demeter kept her daughter sheltered from the world. Persephone never spoke to the other gods, even as she grew into an adult. Persephone loved her mother dearly, but she knew she was missing something in the world. She longed to see new places, to feel emotions she had never felt before. Little did she know, beneath her feet, there was someone who had those exact same feelings. Deep in the ground, the god of the underworld, Hades, longed for love and friendship. He had been banished from Olympus, where the other gods spent most of their time. As years passed, Hades grew increasingly lonely. He often thought of holding a woman's hand, of laughing with her, of embracing her company. One day, this need for connection drove him above ground. He wandered through the forests of Greece, hoping to catch a glimpse of someone, anyone that could put an end to his loneliness and boredom. As he came into a beautiful olive grove, he heard a beautiful singing. In the center of the grove, Persephone danced and sang with the forest nymphs. She swayed and smiled in the sunshine, and each time she did, Hades felt a strong emotion wash over him, an emotion he had never felt before. He watched Persephone from the depths of the forest. Almost every day he would return and watch her. He was utterly entranced by the grace of her movements. Every time she laughed, she got a marvelous twinkle in her eye, and Hades felt his heart skip a beat in his chest. When she skipped and danced with the nymphs, there was nothing Hades could do to wipe the smile from his face. As the days passed and Hades' affection for the woman grew, he knew he couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to approach the beautiful woman. He wanted to get to know her. But that very day, Demeter arrived in the olive grove to bring her daughter home. Hades realized at once that the girl he was entranced by, the girl he was mystified by, was none other than Persephone. Even Hades knew getting close to Persephone would be impossible. Demeter protected her daughter with all she had, and there was no way she would let her daughter marry the god of the underworld. Hades returned to the underworld and tried to continue his daily routine. He walked through the red, mountainous caverns of the underworld alone, his thoughts constantly drifting back to Persephone, singing and dancing in the sunlight. As days passed, Hades realized his feelings for Persephone were not diminishing. He could think only of her long, braided hair. The music playing in his head was none other than Persephone's singing, echoing off the lush forest trees. He couldn't live without her by his side, desperate to be close to her yet again. Hades traveled to visit with Zeus. "I have fallen in love with your daughter, Zeus. I long to have her hand in marriage. I long to have her rule the underworld by my side," Hades told him, his voice overwhelmed with emotion. Zeus thought over this decision for a long moment. Though he rarely saw his daughter, he knew her to be the most kind, the most tender out of all of his children. Hades was a wealthy god, a god of immense power, and he seemed to be a safe fit for his beloved Persephone. "You may marry Persephone, but I must warn you, Hades. Her mother will not let her go willingly," Zeus replied, smiling at the lovesick Hades. Hades understood that bringing Persephone to his home would be a challenge, so he returned to the underworld to ready his things. The next day, Persephone returned to her familiar olive tree grove. As she walked to the nymphs, she felt the ground rumble underneath her. The ground split below her feet. For a moment, everything moved in slow motion. Hades, in a black chariot, reached over and scooped her in his arms. Before Persephone could even blink, the chariot disappeared beneath the earth. When she opened her eyes, she was in a brilliant throne room. Tall, amber walls of stone and gemstone lined the walls of the cavern. Fire illuminated the room in a warm glow, even though she was hundreds of miles below the earth. Persephone was so transfixed on the beautiful room around her, it took her a moment to realize what had truly happened. She felt Hades' arms cradling her against his chest. She felt the blood rush to her face. She had never been touched by another person before. Hades helped her to her feet in the center of the throne room. "You're Hades," Persephone chimed as she gazed at him for the first time. He was tall, with dark, chiseled features and a warm gaze. She couldn't help but notice the god of the underworld had a compassionate gleam in his eye. "You're Persephone," Hades responded in an earthy, deep voice. Persephone asked Hades why he had spirited her away from her home. Hades apologized to her, a heaviness weighing in his voice. "I wanted to have your hand in marriage, Persephone. I admire your kindness, your tenderness, your beauty. I knew your mother would never allow us to be together," Hades replied to Persephone. For the first time since she arrived, Persephone thought of her mother. She dreamt of the land up above, of the kind gaze of her mother, of the world she was leaving behind by simply being down here. and it brought her great sorrow. Sensing her sorrow, Hades showed Persephone to the bath. He ran the hot water for her, filling the basin with wildflowers from around the world. He brought her the finest silks, the finest towels, and the finest musicians in the world. Hades left Persephone to think over her situation. As she sat in the hot, steaming water, she felt her tension melting away. She had never lived in luxury like this. Though Hades had spirited her away, he was showing her a type of kindness she never expected. Though, deep down, she knew her mother was above, on the surface, searching for her. Once she finished her bath, Persephone returned to the throne room. In the center of the room sat Hades' throne. Besides that, there was a brand new throne. The throne was made of a beautiful silver that glistened in the flames. The entire throne was covered in beautiful, intricate carvings of vines, flowers, and trees, all reminiscent of the world Persephone had come from. Hades told Persephone the throne was hers. He didn't want Persephone as a servant, as a mother, as a caretaker, like the other gods wanted. He wanted her as an equal, a partner that would rule the underworld by his side and join him in his joys, his sorrows, and his laughter. Persephone felt her whole body relax as a warm comfort washed over her. Hades offered his hand to her. She placed her soft hand in his. Just his touch alone made her feel safe and important. Led by Hades' hand and encouraging gaze, Persephone took a seat on the throne beside Hades. At first, she hadn't been certain about him, but there was a kindness in his eyes, an overwhelming compassion she couldn't ignore. She felt for the first time as if someone was seeing her, truly seeing her as she was. Her mother had only coddled her and longed for her protection. It was as though her whole life she was her mother's doll to protect and care for. Persephone's days in the underworld slowly became magical. She spent her hours by Hades' side, discussing life above ground and the life of the gods. Every time Hades spoke, she felt as though there was a light glowing inside of her. The two often found themselves walking the grounds hand in hand. All hours of the day and night, they basked in the company of one another. The loneliness Hades had felt melted away every time he looked at Persephone. She had slowly become the long, sought-after light in his life. Around her, he truly felt like himself for the first time in centuries. As time passed, Persephone learned the way of the underworld. Hades was not a cruel, unjust leader of the dead. He treated the souls in his care with kindness. However, Persephone didn't like the darkness and labor that many of the souls had to take part in. Persephone proposed a new land to Hades, a kingdom where those who were just would live in the underworld without harsh labor or punishments. Hades saw how much the idea meant to Persephone. During the night time, Hades worked on creating the land that Persephone had proposed. It slowly grew from a patch of dirt and stone into something that was beyond her wildest imagination. It was a city of sleek gates, bubbling fountains, and stunning stone buildings. He filled the streets with flowers and plants that would remind Persephone of her home. Hades led Persephone to the new land. He covered her eyes with his hands and walked her gently to the center of the city, where he revealed it to her. Persephone looked around in wonder, her eyes rimmed with tears. "It's called Elysium," Hades chimed. Beside him, Persephone beamed with wonder as she walked the cobblestone streets and brushed her hands against the flowers. "Won't the flowers die without any sunlight?" Persephone asked. She leaned down to breathe in the sweet scent of the tulips. Hades placed a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Not with you here," he replied, smiling down at her. "But there is something else I should show you." Hades took Persephone by the hand. The two walked down a winding path in the underworld. They strolled under dark waterfalls and through rolling fields until they reached a small cobblestone path. At the end of the path, tucked back into the shadows, there was an intricate iron fence. Hades let go of Persephone's hand and urged her forward. Her fingers danced on the handle of the fence. What would be on the other side? With one small flick of her wrist, the gate opened, revealing a paradise she had no idea existed. She found herself in the greenest garden she had ever encountered. As far as the eye could see, there were beautifully trimmed hedges, patches of wildflowers, cherry blossom trees, and orchards. A single red cobblestone path wound through the lush garden. Persephone felt tears sting her eyes. She had never seen something so beautiful. Hades rubbed her back, comforting her. He told Persephone that the garden was hers. He wanted this place to feel like home for her, and he felt as though this could be a place for her to escape and relax. Persephone turned to Hades and wrapped her arms around him. For a moment, their hearts beat as one as she buried her face in his chest. For the next few days, Persephone found herself in the garden often. She skipped down the cobblestone path, relaxing as a cool breeze rushed over her body. Almost every day, she would wander into the orchard. She laid down in the grass and looked up at the sky through the pomegranate trees. The heavy red fruit swayed on the branches, dancing just above her head. She wanted nothing more than to reach up and crack one of the juicy pieces of fruit open. She could practically feel the juice running over her tongue. She could practically taste the sugary sweet tang of it. But she knew she couldn't eat the fruit. In the underworld, if something is eaten, you're not able to leave. Persephone toyed with the blades of grass by her head. She missed home dearly. She missed her mother. But she had so much more freedom here. When she thought of Hades, she found herself smiling. His kindness and respect towards her were enough to make her stay. One day, the gardener discovered her laying in the grass. He kindly offered Persephone a pomegranate and placed it in her hand. She could feel the hunger rising within her. She hadn't eaten in weeks and was beginning to feel a bit faint. She split the pomegranate open and placed 6 seeds on her tongue. The sweetness of the seeds overwhelmed her senses in the most wonderful way. When she opened her eyes, there was another god standing before her. Hermes, the messenger god, tapped his foot impatiently as he looked down at her. He told Persephone that her mother knew what had happened to her. Demeter was so overtaken by grief that she had frozen all the land. No crops would grow. Farms across the earth were crumbling, and people were growing hungry. Persephone loved her home in the underworld. She loved Hades, but she knew she could not let the people on earth be harmed. Reluctantly, she agreed to journey to Olympus with Hermes to solve this matter once and for all. Persephone blinked, and she found herself in the clouds of Olympus. The entire kingdom glowed with an ethereal light. Pure clouds drifted through the open-air colosseums and over the massive marble staircases. At the throne of Olympus, Zeus and Demeter were in the midst of an argument. Upon seeing her daughter, Demeter rushed to her side, taking Persephone in her arms. "Are you okay? We will get you away from that cruel man. We will get you back home," Demeter snapped, hugging her daughter against her chest. "Mother, I'm fine. I don't want to leave Hades. He's a kind, gentle, loving man, and I've grown to adore him," Persephone assured her mother. But Demeter didn't take the time to listen to her daughter. She told Zeus and Persephone that unless Persephone came back to Earth with her, the world would die of a famine. Persephone could feel the tears begin to sting her eyes. She longed to see her beloved Hades. For the first time, she felt the immense love she had developed for him begin to truly affect her. "But Mother, I need you to hear my words. I love Hades. I have fallen in love with the king of the underworld." The desperation and desire in Persephone's voice echoed through the atrium. A flash of smoke appeared just in front of Persephone. Hades gazed down at her, a smile on his face. "Demeter, I have fallen in love with your daughter. I've been in love with her since I first laid eyes on her. I will treat her with kindness and dignity and love. She will rule by my side if she so chooses," Hades said. He reached out gently, placing his hand on Persephone's flushed cheek. Demeter disagreed with Hades, repeated that she would destroy the world without her daughter by her side. "But she has to stay in the underworld with me, Demeter. She ate the seeds of a pomegranate," Hades announced as he lifted the pomegranate into the air. Ripples of shock coursed through the room. Zeus asked how many seeds Persephone had eaten. When she told him she had eaten 6, the spark of an idea shone on Zeus's face. "Since Persephone has eaten 6 seeds, it seems fair that she shall spend 6 months of the year in the underworld with her husband, and 6 above with her mother, where she will tend to the earth." Zeus's voice boomed through the room. Persephone sighed with relief. She blinked and was back in the underworld, in the arms of her husband. For the next 6 months, the two spent every moment together. They spoke of their plans for the underworld and for their life together. Persephone truly ruled by his side, making all the decisions that any of the powerful gods would. The two glowed in the love and respect they had for one another. By each other's side, they were whole. As spring crept around the corner, however, Persephone had to prepare for her journey back to Earth. Every spring and summer, she worked the land with her mother on earth. She would run with the forest nymphs and help the farmers, just as she had as a child. Every time she was above ground, she missed Hades dearly. She had never known you could love a person so deeply, so fully. Every morning when she walked into the olive grove, there would be a single pomegranate waiting for her, a beautiful gift from her beloved husband, reminding her that his love followed her wherever she went. As the years progressed, the arrangement became a joy for everyone. Persephone enjoyed her time with her mother and looked forward to returning and seeing her husband. Every time she was reunited with Hades, the two would lay in their own garden for hours, discussing the past few months. They would tell stories through the night, curled up in each other's arms, dreaming of all the time ahead of them that would be spent together. I hope you found some comfort and relaxation in this story. If you'd like to hear another story, please feel free to join me again tomorrow night. Until then, sweet dreams. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we take a journey back to the time of the Greek gods and goddesses, when the earth was still new and the world itself was full of magic. We'll experience a tale of true love in its finest form as we follow the love story of Orpheus and Eurydice, two star-crossed lovers who would, quite literally, go to the underworld and back just to be with one another. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to relax and find comfort in the space that we are in, here and now. Allow your body to truly sink into the mattress. Here and now, you have no obligations. There is nothing for you to do except find a comfortable position and listen to the sound of my voice as I guide you to a night of restful sleep. Though your body may feel rigid now, and your mind may feel as though it is racing without an end in sight, know that these feelings are temporary. And in this moment, as we inch closer and closer to sleep together, you are not alone. Starting at the crown of your head, trail down your body and release the pressure or discomfort you are carrying by tensing and releasing. Tense and release your jaw, your shoulders, your arms, your core, your legs, your feet. With the strong release of tension, notice how light you now feel with your muscles relaxed. If any negative emotions or worries rise up as we travel through ancient Greece together, know you can return to this exercise to find comfort for your body and your mind. Now that we've taken the time to wind down from the day, let us begin our story. The world was new, and there was a freshness in the air unlike anything else. A promise that there were stories about to unravel, adventures about to be had, and love about to be shared in communities around the world. The breeze seemed to have been golden in those days, whistling through lush forests, weaving through plains brimming with amber grains, and whirling over cerulean oceans. In the midst of this, there was Mount Olympus, and on Mount Olympus, Apollo, the god of poetry, art, archery, sun, light, knowledge, and music, was welcoming his newborn son to the world. He held his tiny child in his arms, looking over him in utter awe as light streamed in through the marble window and splashed over his son's face, illuminating his dark brown eyes. Apollo was speechless, completely transfixed on the otherworldly reality that he was holding his own son in his arms, a newborn, a person who needed his love, his guidance, his protection. Apollo was a god of immense power, and yet this helpless child was lying in his arms, unaware of his lineage and the promise of his own future. Apollo dubbed his son Orpheus. Orpheus cooed at the name, wrapping his tiny, tiny fingers around his father's outstretched hand. In Orpheus's eyes, Apollo saw the soul of a poet and a musician. And as Orpheus continued to grow, Apollo knew for certain that that was what his son was meant to be. When he could barely even hold his head up, he was searching for things that could make rhythm. He'd grab the nearest object and turn it into an instrument with ease and a smile on his face. Every morning, Apollo would awaken to the sound of his dear son cooing and crying. Though Orpheus's cries were not ones of anguish or sorrow or need, they were beautiful cries, as though he was trying to find a melody in a world he barely knew anything about. Soon, Orpheus was walking and talking. He didn't speak like other children. There was no careless nature about him, no whining, no crying. He spoke as if he were a patient observer of the world. When he was only 4 years old, Apollo bestowed his son with a lyre. All hours of the day, Orpheus could be found meandering through the house and through the gardens, playing sweet melodies on the lyre everywhere he went. People and gods alike would gather around just for a chance to hear the songs of Orpheus. And yet, despite having hundreds of people desperate to hear his music. Orpheus felt alone as he grew into adulthood. He had parents who loved him dearly, several gods and goddesses who admired him, and yet he didn't feel understood. He spent many hours wandering alone, writing poetry in fields of wildflowers, and playing his lyre to his favorite audience, the beautiful wildlife scampering across the forest floor. On one of these trips, it was raining. Orpheus sat down underneath an olive tree to shield himself from the falling droplets. He leaned against the bark, finally feeling the stress of the day melt away from him. Then he began to play. As he played, the world faded away. He could almost see the music flowing from his lyre, changing colors and shapes, and the way it moved as the songs he played shifted. He saw the blue swirls of a sad song, ebbing and flowing through the trees. He saw the orange starbursts of an upbeat melody dance across the forest floor. He saw the reds and pinks of a love song swaying and breathing life into the trees and plants at his feet. When he was finished, he sat there for a moment, soaking in the sounds of the forest as they returned. He was once again reunited with the drip, 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 drip of the rain against the leaves, and the rustle, 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 rustle of those same leaves against the cinnamon-speckled bark. He could hear the sound of songbirds flitting overhead and the squirrels and chipmunks scampering underfoot. But then there was a sound he wasn't expecting, the gentle applause of someone. He turned, and to his surprise, found himself in the breathtaking emerald gaze of a stranger. She stood before him underneath another olive tree, her hands carefully laced around one of the slender, gnarled branches. She regarded him with admiration, but in a way that Orpheus has never been admired before. This felt honest, true, as if she understood exactly what he had been trying to say with the melodies he was putting out into the world. He crossed into the rain and introduced himself, so drawn to her and warm under her gaze that he didn't even feel the cool raindrops coursing down over his face and arms. She bowed a bit, introducing herself as Eurydice. She was the daughter of a farmer, though farming wasn't what she was drawn to. Orpheus couldn't help but notice the book in her grasp. It was leather-bound, painstakingly made, and it was deliciously worn. The pages were dog-eared and rippled from many hours of use. The paintbrush dangling from her grasp, too, had seen a great deal of use. The handle was flecked with vibrant colors, all put there while she was deep in the throes of her art. Eurydice apologized for listening to Orpheus. She often came to the forest to find inspiration for her paintings, and today she came a little deeper into the woods as she heard Orpheus play. She had never heard such a melody before in her life. Orpheus thanked Eurydice, genuinely appreciative in a way he had never been before. He extended his hand softly, asking if she would allow him to see her art. Eurydice's grip tightened on her book for a mere instant. It was clear she didn't share her art with many people, if any. When she handed the book over to Orpheus, there was a depth in her eyes, a plea that said, "Let me trust you with this." And Eurydice certainly picked the right person. Orpheus opened the first page and felt as though he had been transported into another world, a world seen through Eurydice's eyes. As he flipped through page after page, he felt more and more inspired. The colors were muted yet vivid. The landscapes were full of whimsy and understated beauty. The people were soft, gentle, raw, real. It was everything Orpheus could ever want in a painting. Only after he looked at every single painting did he look up to Eurydice. She seemed a bit nervous, withdrawn even, waiting for feedback she was never expecting to get on such a private journal. But Orpheus clasped his hands around hers, overcome with joy and admiration. "This is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen," he whispered to her, and he meant it. The rain around them began to pick up, becoming more forceful by the moment. It pounded against the ground, dancing over leaves and plants with incredible speed. Trying not to get drenched, the two inched closer together and sat against the same olive tree to shield themselves. They talked for quite some time before they returned to their arts together. Orpheus asked what Eurydice felt like painting. He was expecting an object, a scene, but instead, Eurydice told him that she felt like painting what it feels like to fall in love. Orpheus began to play that melody, a melody from his heart, encapsulating the wonder and joy that comes as you feel yourself falling for someone, the lack of control, yet complete acceptance, the fear, yet excitement, the potential that this could be a love you feel for the rest of your life. As he played, Eurydice painted beside him. They sat there for a few hours, simply being in their element together. The music flowed like a soundtrack the universe had made for this very moment, and her paint splashed across the page as she painted. It was a scene of pinks, reds, oranges, and greens, natural and wild and breathtaking. When they were both finished, the sun had begun to set on the day. The clouds that had provided them with a reason to be close to one another drifted off over the horizon, and they were left with a brilliant sunset. The sky above was almost as bright as the painting, and they both seemed to symbolize the start of something new for the two people who had been strangers only hours ago. For the next few weeks, Eurydice and Orpheus spent almost all their time together. They met beneath the olive trees every single day and worked on their art in the glow of one another's companionship. They talked about the world, their hopes for the future, their dreams. Every day seemed even sweeter than the last. Finally, as the warm spring days began to transition into hot summer ones, Orpheus realized he could not bear the thought of spending another season, another moment, another second without knowing that Eurydice was going to be by his side. Underneath the olive tree where they met, Orpheus extended his hands, taking Eurydice's paint-stained fingers into his own. He looked deeply into her eyes that had rendered him speechless all those weeks ago, and he told her about the depths of his love for her, how he dreamt of her every night and longed to have her by his side every morning, how he never wanted to play the lyre without her painting next to him, how he never cared to make anyone smile and laugh but her. Tears welled in Eurydice's eyes. She laid her soft hand on Orpheus's cheek and kissed him gently. When they parted and their eyes met once more, it became clear what they had to do. Their wedding took place the next day on Mount Olympus. The gods sent gifts. Apollo was impressed with what a perfect match Eurydice was for his son, and sent his blessings to the happy couple as they began their new life together. And my, what a beautiful life it was. They settled down in a cozy little cabin at the edge of the forest, nestled against a stream. Every morning, Eurydice would awaken before Orpheus. She would slip out of bed and tiptoe across the cool wood floor to the wood stove that they had in the center of the room. She would stoke the fire, watching the embers dance over the logs, illuminating Orpheus with a warm orange glow. Sometimes she would sit there by the fire for quite some time, watching Orpheus as he peacefully slept. She loved knowing he was curled up in bed, safe and comfortable, where nothing could harm him and no worries could fall upon him. She wished that he could feel that way all the time. When he finally awakened, he would do so with a smile, He would reach out to Eurydice, drawing her closer and closer into bed until she tumbled into the sheets with him, and they would giggle in each other's arms for quite some time. It was their favorite part of the day. They would lie there for an hour or two, stroking each other's hair and whispering about their plans for the week. Then, when the sun had truly risen and the forest around them was alive with the songs of birds, they would rise from bed, shake off their slumber, and head out into the world together. Every day was a little different. Some days they would lie in the meadow, breathing in the scent of the wildflowers as they painted and made music. Other days they would forage for dinner in the forest and then sit down against a tree and work on their art. On warm days, they wouldn't make music or paint at all. They would settle down in the river by their house, letting the cool water course over their bodies as they relaxed in the sun. Here, they weren't chipping away at their art, but they were letting inspiration grow all around them. And as more and more days passed like this, they fell more and more in love. They had been two lost people before they met one another. They were alone in the world, desperate for someone who could understand them, desperate for someone who could help them become who they were meant to be. Every night, as they lay down to go to bed, they would hold one another. Eurydice was always the first to drift off to sleep. Orpheus would hold her tight, wondering what she was dreaming about, wondering where her brilliant mind took her, when it could go anywhere in the world. He would watch her lips part slightly as she began to whisper gently in her sleep. One particular night, Eurydice woke up as Orpheus kissed her forehead. She chuckled at his sweetness, asking why he felt the need to do such a thing. Orpheus told her that she was the reason he felt whole now. She was the reason that the world made sense, the reason that he was happy. He could never thank her enough or admire her enough for giving him such a gift. With tears in her eyes, Eurydice kissed Orpheus gently on the lips. She told him that she never imagined she would meet someone that was a perfect match for her, someone that was her other half in every way. Not a day went by where she wasn't grateful for him. The next morning, Orpheus was summoned to visit his father. He bid his beautiful wife farewell for the day, just for a few hours, and encouraged her to go and enjoy her day until he returned. Eurydice waved to her beloved husband until he was out of sight, and then she set out to spend her day in the forest, as she always did. However, that day, she decided to go a different route. She meandered through a stunning, magical stretch of forest, one she hadn't visited since she was a small child. The forest was teeming with ferns and moss, a forest that was truly alive in every sense of the word. She meandered down, 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 down the rocky path until she encountered a small pond in the center of the forest. It was ethereal. Leaves and flowers floated on the glassy, crystal blue water. Vibrant lily pads peppered the surface, each one seemingly brighter than the last. But even more incredibly, nymphs began to rise up out of the water. Eurydice had danced with them when she was a child. She had wandered through the flowers with them, laughing and enjoying herself until the sun dipped down over the horizon. And today was no different. The nymphs were ladies of the forest, creatures completely intertwined with the beautiful forest around them. They danced with freedom and joy that one can only find when they let themselves go in nature. Eurydice danced with them to music that wasn't playing. They swirled and twirled and let the flower-tinged breeze weave through their hair as they laughed and sang for what felt like hours. Eurydice was overjoyed, but deep down there was a twinge she couldn't ignore, the desire to experience this with Orpheus. She vowed that tomorrow she would bring him into the forest with her, and they would experience this in each other's arms. But tomorrow wouldn't come, not in the way that Eurydice was expecting it to. During one fateful leap in the dance, she stepped on the head of a snake. The snake bit her, and within minutes, she was gone. Hours later, Orpheus returned home to find his wife missing. He ran into the woods, searching for her endlessly. When he discovered her by the edge of the pond, his grief was overwhelming. His beautiful, artistic, breathtaking wife gone in an instant. But Orpheus would not accept that she was gone. He could not accept that she was gone. He knew in that moment that he would move heaven and earth to have her by his side again. And so he journeyed down, 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 down into the underworld, where no half-god had ever ventured before. He brought nothing with him except his lyre and hope that he would find his beloved wife in this place and bring her back where she belonged. The journey was not easy, and it was not one he would have survived as a mere human. The underworld was a world of icy stones and scorching flames, a world unfit for anyone except those who were unfortunate enough to reside there. He came to his first obstacle, Hades' dog, Cerberus. The three-headed dog gazed down at him with his dark eyes, waiting to see what the strange half-god would do. And Orpheus did something the dog never could have expected. He took out his lyre and began to play. The song he played was something he had never played before, a melody of heartbreak, of longing, a melody that came straight from his soul and filled the cavern with life and the meaning of true love. He stared into the dog's eyes as he played, trying to fight back tears of his own. When the song finally came to an end, the cavern was wholly empty, as if the only life it had ever experienced had been ripped away. Cerberus laid his head down. He whimpered, dipping his head toward Orpheus as if to apologize. Orpheus laid a heavy hand on the dog's head as he passed, trying his hardest to muster a grateful smile. He continued making his way through the long corridors of the underworld, his heartbeat keeping pace with his emotions. At every turn, he expected to see his beloved wife smiling at him. He could feel deep in his soul that she was nearby waiting for him. After a few turns, Orpheus found himself at Hades' throne. Hades had met Orpheus a few times in passing and had heard tales of the young musician's prowess. Persephone, queen of the underworld, goddess of life and vegetation, brightened at the sight of the young hero. She was a kind soul, and truly, so was Hades, though the gods would never paint him in such a light. "What brings you here, young Orpheus?" Persephone asked, her brow raised with interest. Orpheus took a moment to prepare himself, to check his emotions. He told them of what had become of his wife. He told them of his journey to rescue her here, of his refusal to leave without her beside him. Hades' face darkened slightly. He took no pleasure in telling Orpheus that he could not leave with Eurydice. It was against nature. "It is against nature for me to live without my love," Orpheus responded. The sympathetic look on the king and queen's faces told Orpheus that he could leave here with his wife, regardless of what they told him. He did what he did best. He pulled out his lyre. He was not aware of what his fingers were doing when he played this time. He had never heard such a melody drift from the strings of his lyre before. It was as if he was bearing his soul before Hades and Persephone, playing for them a song that no one else would ever hear. It was the song of his love, the song of his journey, the song of what his future would be without Eurydice. As he played, Persephone grasped her husband's hand. For a moment, she imagined life without him, and for a moment, he imagined life without her. When the song ended, there was a coldness in the cavern. It felt empty now, hollow, Just as the room with Cerberus had only moments ago, they stood in silence for quite some time before Hades nodded. "You may take your wife with you, but you must do so by putting trust in us for making this unprecedented decision. You must walk out of here and not look back at your wife walking behind you. If you do, your wife will be lost here forever," Hades told Orpheus. Orpheus bowed to Hades and Persephone, grateful. A gust of wind whipped through the cavern, urging Orpheus toward the exit of the underworld. It was a long, winding walk. His heart was pitter-pattering in his chest, thrumming against his rib cage. All he could think about was the fact that his wife was behind him, that Eurydice was following him out of this forsaken place. But the more he walked, the more concerned he grew. He couldn't hear her footsteps behind him. He strained to listen as he walked, desperate to know for a fact that she was behind him, but he could hear nothing. Finally, he could see the exit of the underworld. He was fighting every urge to look back as he waded through water. He couldn't hear her splashing, couldn't hear even so much as a drop. But he remained steadfast. He remembered the look on Hades and Persephone's faces, the looks that they exchanged between one another. Orpheus was convinced that few people knew what true love was, but Hades and Persephone, they felt it for one another, and they knew that Orpheus and Eurydice had that too. Finally, Orpheus took the final step out of the underworld. He held his breath for an instant, still afraid to turn around. And then he felt familiar hands wrap around him, embracing him from behind. Tears strained his eyes, and he turned to finally see Eurydice. She was smiling at him, tears streaming down her face. Despite her ordeal, she was more beautiful than ever. Warmth and positivity seemed to radiate off of her, as it always did. They held one another there for what felt like hours. Eurydice cried, thanking Orpheus for coming to rescue her. Orpheus thanked her for trusting him and thanked her for coming back to him. They had never felt so grateful in their entire lives. They continued the journey home, never once letting their fingers come apart. They could hardly stop staring at each other as they walked, glowing with the relief and love that they shared. About halfway home, it began to rain. As the rhythm of the storm picked up, they found shelter underneath an olive tree, just as they had all those years ago. They curled up against the bark, holding one another close. They watched as the rain swept across the landscape, nourishing the plants and animals alike. Somehow, It was one of the most beautiful things they had ever seen. Eurydice laid her head on Orpheus's chest, her eyes turned up to see his face. She whispered to him, asking for him to play her a song. Orpheus knew he would meet any request she had for the rest of their lives together, just as she would for him. He played for her for hours. She closed her eyes and listened to the thrum, 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 thrum of the rain against the grass and trees, and the thump, 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 thump of Orpheus's heartbeat as the lyre played into the cool summer air. It was perfect. Eurydice knew that the universe, the gods, had brought them together for a reason. She knew that for the rest of her life, she would be safe in his arms, safe with him by her side. There were days of painting in meadows and under trees and next to rivers in her future. But most importantly, every day was going to be spent with Orpheus, the man who would do anything for her. I hope you have enjoyed this story, and it has brought you a night of restful, relaxing sleep. Please join me again tomorrow for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we venture back in time to unwind with the ancient Greek myth of Zeus and Europa. A love story that will take us through wildflower meadows, over cerulean seas, and underneath the shade of towering cypress trees. Before we begin, however, let us take a few moments to unwind and find comfort in the space that we are in. Find a comfortable position in your bed. There is nothing you have to do now. Just listen to your body. You have no obligations. There is no to-do list. Right here, right now, you can let go and allow your body to do what it is naturally meant to do. You don't have to force it. You don't have to try any tricks. You can just listen to the sound of my voice and follow me on this wonderful, relaxing journey that we are about to take together. With your eyes closed and your body in a comfortable position, try and imagine a soft green light floating above you. This ball of light radiates warmth and wavers in the air, rippling and sending little streaks of light over the room that you are in. In its presence, you feel comforted, at peace. Take a deep, slow breath, and as you do, imagine that orb of healing light slowly sinking down, 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 until it is gently brushing the top of your head. It is, indeed, warm to the touch, like a fluffy blanket fresh out of the dryer, or a hot towel set on your forehead in the middle of a massage. As this healing light touches your head, imagine your thoughts as a ball of yarn. With the orb's touch, those tangled threads begin to slowly, slowly, slowly unravel. Feel the heaviness of those thoughts melt away as more and more tangled threads are straightened out, finally able to relax and be at ease. Feel the softness of these threads. Feel the pressure that was once inside your head begin to disappear. Follow that orb as it travels down, 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 down into your shoulders and chest. Feel your shoulders slack as they are no longer required to carry the weight of your day and obligations. Feel any sadness, anxiety, or frustration that is gathered in your chest melt into the mattress below you, allowing you to breathe a little deeper, a little freer. Feel the warm healing orb as it travels down your arms, unfurling your tense fingers and muscles, allowing them to relax. Then, relax in the sensation of your legs and feet as they do the same, slowly feeling looser and looser with every breath you take, until they are weightlessly sinking into the bed below you. Now that we have taken the time to unwind and find comfort in the space that we are in, let us open up our minds and begin. When spring swept across the vibrant landscape of Phoenicia, nestled against the azure waters of the Mediterranean Sea, it was hard to ignore. The city of Tyre stirred alive as those first few rays of spring sun washed over the bustling streets and flourishing countryside farms. The grayness of winter seemed to melt away in an instant, and wildflowers popped up in its place, swaths of them that stretched from the sandy coastline all the way up the hillside to the towering mountain peaks that could be found inland. It was as if the earth itself was rejoicing, putting on a new, colorful outfit for the glorious warm months that were to come. And in that spring wonderland, there was a young woman in the royal family who truly enjoyed it for all of its beauty and magic. Europa was the daughter of the king of Phoenicia, and as such, she lived a life that was brimming with innumerable comforts and opportunities for joyful days. But Europa wasn't the type of royalty to stay locked away in the castle, eating fine foods and lounging around until the sun set. Europa was a woman who relished in the freedom and beauty of the outdoors. As soon as the sun rose, she would be on her feet and out the door, eager to wander through the craggy mountains, the lush forests, and the long, fine stretches of meadows where the wildflowers were able to flourish. Most days, she would journey down, 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 down to the far corner of the family property, where she could escape from the prying eyes of her parents and the constant crowds of suitors that would gather around the castle, asking for her hand in marriage. Europa was a woman of immense beauty and intelligence, though she was not a woman interested in marriage with any of the suitors that came knocking on her door. She wanted to live her own life and to have her own marriage, not one for political gain, not one as part of a business deal, one of affection and love and respect. So, instead of speaking with these suitors, she spent her days on the far corner of the family property, where she could hide behind the rows of fragrant lilac bushes and pass her time. This is where she felt most comfortable. This grove on the property was a particularly stunning one that few people ever laid eyes on. It was nestled at the edge of the Mediterranean Sea. The rows of flowering trees were peppered all the way up to the cerulean water and white sand beach. It was a private cove, one where Europa felt like she could actually be herself in silence. Although she wasn't truly alone, there were animals with her, the squirrels and sparrows and songbirds who, too, were at home in this lovely stretch of wilderness. Europa felt like she had more in common with the animals around her than the people waiting for her in the castle. But there was one more reason Europa wasn't really alone. One reason that would not be brought to light until several months later. There was someone admiring her from afar. Zeus, who sat on his throne on the distant Mount Olympus, had been watching Europa for quite some time. Her immense beauty was the topic of many conversations among gods for several years. Zeus hadn't believed a woman of such beauty could possibly exist until he laid eyes on her. Her radiant dark hair and flecked green eyes immediately drew Zeus to her, unlike ever before. Though the more he admired her from afar, the more in love Zeus fell. It wasn't just her physical beauty that Zeus was attracted to. It was the beauty of her caring personality. On more than one occasion, Zeus watched as Europa walked inland through the fields of flowers. She would grab a small leaf and dip it in the bubbling freshwater stream there, allowing the cool, clean water to gather on the leaf. Then she would walk back, tiptoeing to avoid spoiling the water, and she would set the leaf on the ground beside an exhausted bee, saving its life. She cared so deeply for the smallest, most insignificant creature that she would take a 30-minute journey just to provide them with a little fresh water. Zeus saw her do this time and time again, and each time he found himself falling more and more in love with her. He loved the way she would swing her arms as she walked, swaying gently in the flowing breeze like she herself was a daisy or a rose in the windswept field. He loved the way she would sing to herself as she dipped her toes into the cool, refreshing water of the Mediterranean Sea. The way the songs she made up were expressing her love of the land, her love of the ocean. Truly, he loved the way that she loved, with her whole heart, unaffected by the rules and expectations of her family and friends. Some days, he would watch her as she curled up under a juniper tree and closed her eyes. He'd see the rise and fall of her chest as she slowly fell asleep underneath the fragrant branches of the tree. Her fingers tangled in the grass around her. This continued for several months. The best part of Zeus's day was when he had time to admire Europa and check in on her. But one day, something changed. He tried to find Europa in the fields by the seaside where she normally would be, but she was nowhere to be found. Instead, she was in the castle. There were tears in her eyes, something that made Zeus's heart stop. Her parents were arguing with her, demanding that she get married the next day to a political ally. Furious and heartbroken, Europa fled out of the castle and ran across the meadow, tears streaming down her face. As she collapsed under a tree, exhausted and heartbroken, Zeus knew he had to do something. He couldn't bear the sight of her losing her future. And though it wasn't going to be easy, he knew what he was going to do next was right. In a surge of brilliant light, Zeus zipped across the Mediterranean as the sun set behind him. He landed in Phoenicia, hidden behind some trees away from Europa. And there, an otherworldly transformation took place. Zeus, the god of the sky and thunder, became a stark white bull, brighter and purer than freshly fallen snow. In the meadow, on the other side of the trees, Europa comforted herself by picking wildflowers and braiding them into crowns and necklaces. As she wove the stems under and over, under and over, under and over, under and over, the tears in her eyes slowly began to dry. She was so focused on the task at hand and at being gentle with the soft flower petals that at first she didn't even notice the bull standing before her. When she saw him, she rose to her feet in surprise. For a moment, she thought she had to be dreaming. The bull was so beautiful, so majestic and graceful and powerful in its movements that she couldn't believe he was real. But it wasn't just the beauty of his coat and the elegance of his movements. It was his eyes. They looked so human, so full of wisdom, and so compassionate that she found herself walking toward the bull, taking slow, light steps. When she realized what she was doing, she paused, and then, only then, did the bull lower his head at her feet, bowing to the princess of Phoenicia. Seeing this movement of respect and understanding, Europa lowered her flower crown onto the bull's head, carefully and gently winding them around his horns. She felt truly connected to the bull at that moment, as if she were under a spell. She gently stroked the side of the bull's neck. His white fur was incredibly soft to the touch, like a silk cloth. For a moment, she stood there in silence, petting him and feeling her body relax as the anxiety and heartbreak of the day started to slowly melt away. She was starting to feel like herself again, finally distracted from the reality of the situation that was waiting for her at home. Ever so slowly, the bull then lowered himself down onto the ground. He gazed at Europa with a kind, gentle expression, wordlessly urging her to trust him, to take a seat on his back. Europa wasn't sure why. Perhaps it was her need to escape. Perhaps it was the magically calm feeling the creature gave her. But she climbed onto the bull's back, wrapping her arms around his neck to stabilize herself. She felt even more at ease then, like this was where she was meant to be somehow. Then, slowly, the bull rose to his feet. Europa was surprised when he started to move, and even more surprised when he stepped into the ocean before her. For a moment, worry began to crash over her, but that worry was brushed away the moment that the bull glanced over his shoulder at her, reassuring her. There was such calm and control in his eyes that Europa knew instantly she could trust him, that whatever was about to happen would be in her best interest. And as her home disappeared further and further behind them, until it was a mere speck on the distant horizon, Europa knew she was being saved. This creature, whoever or whatever it was, clearly had her best interests at heart. The journey was not an easy one. The waves of the Mediterranean Sea were as breathtaking, a kaleidoscope of dark blue, turquoise, cerulean, and aqua, as they were powerful. On occasion, a stray wave would crash over the bull and Europa, threatening to drag them under, but they stayed afloat. Europa would glance at the bull in disbelief, wondering how it was possible for a creature to be so strong, so resilient, that it could go against its very nature and power through these earth-crashing waves. Whenever a wave would splash against them, the bull would lift its head higher and back towards Europa, making it easier for her to cling to him. And though there were some scary moments on their journey, there were mostly beautiful ones. After a few waves, Europa no longer feared the strength of the sea, for she knew the strength of her Savior was far more powerful. Instead, she took the moments of calm to gaze at the world around her and truly take it in. And was there a lot to take in. The sun was sinking closer and closer to the horizon, painting the sky and sea with swaths of color unlike any Europa had ever seen before. The cotton candy clouds were reflected in the glassy water. The brilliant pinks and oranges and purples were like a watercolor painting unfolding before her very eyes in both the sea and the sky. It was so breathtaking that she had to hold back happy tears forming in her eyes. In that sunset, at the end of this very long day, she saw her future, bright, magical, and peaceful. Before long, there was a dark speck on the horizon, silhouetted by the sunset. As they drew nearer and nearer, Europa could hardly hold back her relief and her happiness. For the island before her was a beautiful one and an otherworldly one. It was Crete, an island she had long heard tales of, an island she had long read books about, and now she was seeing it in person, not just in her dreams. It appeared as though impossibly tall mountains had sprouted out of the sea, reaching for the vibrant sky overhead. The sunny island was peppered with isolated sandy coves, towering rocky peaks, and lush meadows and forests. Much like her home, Crete was awash in the brilliant colors of spring wildflowers. But somehow, Crete was so different. It was as though Europa had been meant to be there her entire life. When they stepped onto the white sand beaches of an isolated cove, surrounded by towering white mountains, Europa stepped off the bull's back and lay down on the sand. She closed her eyes for a moment as she sunk her hands into the sand, which was still warm and comforting with the day's sunlight. When she opened her eyes, the bull was standing beside her, eyes glistening. "You've saved me," Europa murmured. The tears of gratitude and relief could no longer be contained. She closed her eyes once more as the tears coursed down over her sun-kissed cheeks. But then she felt a human hand gently wipe the tears away. I could not stand by and watch you live a life you were not meant to live. You deserve to be free, to be happy, Zeus said to her. She opened her eyes in surprise to find something even more beautiful and graceful than the bull. In fact, the man standing before her was the most stunning thing she had ever seen in her entire life. And though she knew who it was almost instantly, she couldn't quite bring herself to admit it. He wore a classic tunic, though his was woven with gold silk and dotted with elegant gemstones along the sleeves and the collar. His muscles peeked out of the top of the gown, seemingly sparkling in the sunlight. And then there was his hair. Europa could see where the bull's snow-white fur came from. Zeus had long, angelic locks that were the same hue, so white and pristine that they almost seemed fake. His blue eyes seemed to bury into her in a way that made her feel more understood than she had ever been before. He was, indeed, a god, and somehow that didn't make Europa feel mortal. "I am Zeus," he breathed, his voice as sweet as the nectar in the wildflowers around his feet. "And I am Europa. I am indebted to you," she replied. But Zeus simply smiled at her, taking her hand gently in his own as he replied, "You are not indebted to me. You are free to do as you please. However, there are some things you must know first." Europa followed Zeus as he led her through the small stretch of beach and up a flower-lined path. They walked further and further and further and further up the zigzagging mountain paths, around olive trees and juniper trees, underneath songbirds as they sang their beautiful songs, seemingly congratulating the couple on their safe arrival to the island. Europa was entirely aware of the feeling of Zeus's hand wrapped around her own. His large grip truly dwarfed hers, and yet it didn't feel controlling nor dangerously powerful. It made her feel safe, for she was a mere mortal and he a god, yet she could feel their pulses beating in unison against one another. She wondered, as they walked in comfortable silence up the mountain, how truly different they could be. When they reached the top of the mountain, Europa had to take a moment to savor the view before her. On this isolated plateau, the tallest on the mountain, there was an evergreen tree. The tree's emerald needles provided a breathtaking contrast against the navy of the sea that stretched to the horizon. Below them, Europa could see everything. Every valley and canyon and peak of the island below was aglow in the light of the setting sun. The island was a maze of oranges and pinks and purples, all mapping out the journey of day across the landscape. It was the most spectacular thing that Europa had ever seen. And as she took in the sight of the land and sea before her, Zeus took in the sight of her. She stood on her tiptoes at the edge of the mountain, as if that would somehow bring her closer to the view. Her fingers twitched against her collarbone as she took in delighted, shaky breaths, her sage eyes brimming with tears of happiness. In that moment, Zeus was once more reminded of what drew him to Europa in the first place. Her love of life, of the land. When she turned around and saw Zeus standing under the lone tree on the mountain, she felt at peace, though questions were swirling in her mind. Why had this god chosen to save her? Why had he brought her to this beautiful lookout? She approached him slowly, her hands outstretched to take his. He smiled at her as he spoke, his voice soft and smooth. I've been watching you for quite some time, Europa. I saw you many weeks ago, saving bumblebees by bringing them fresh water. I saw you lounge in the meadow, taking naps in the setting sun. I saw the way you looked at the world around you with such love and compassion. Even from Mount Olympus, I could feel the warmth of your character, the light that you provide to this world. And slowly, my dear Europa, I fell madly in love with you. Europa couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her hands tightened on Zeus's as she gazed into his kind, gentle eyes. You fell in love with me? She asked, her voice quivering in the slightest. Zeus nodded, quietly assuring her, Indeed, I did. In that moment, Europa was overcome with warmth and compassion. Zeus, the god of the sky and thunder, seemed entirely human in this moment, vulnerable, honest, unlike anything she had ever seen him depicted as before. I'm not demanding anything of you, nor would I want you to lie about your true feelings. But Europa, my dear, I would be honored if you would spend the night here by my side. You are free to go back to your home if you would like, or stay here and make it your home, Zeus explained. Europa knew what she wanted. She sat down against the tree trunk, urging Zeus to sit beside her. They watched in content silence as the sun slipped down below the horizon, painting its final streaks of color across the night sky. Slowly, the orange sky became dark blue, then black. Stars began to appear on the inky black canvas, twinkling seemingly just above their heads. Europa rested her head on Zeus's chest, listening to the thump, 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 thump of his beating heart. Every so often, Zeus would raise his powerful hand, a hand that could cast lightning bolts and curses and magic too powerful for words, and he would simply play with Europa's glossy hair, gently. Europa could feel herself growing sleepy as they stared up at the stars together. Zeus smiled at her, running his hand down over her cheek and propping up her chin. I take it you intend to make this your home then? The god asked with a smile. Indeed, I do, and I intend to make it my home with you by my side, Zeus, Europa replied, once more resting her head on his chest. Zeus told her the truth in a hushed, caring tone. He could not stay in this paradise all the time. He had obligations to tend to on Mount Olympus. However, he would visit her often and would be with her in spirit every single day. If she ever missed him, she could simply look up at the sky and be reminded of his love for her. Europa was confused. She opened her eyes and turned them to the sky. Zeus raised his hand and flicked a single finger up at the inky black sky. With that motion, the sky began to glitter. Stars, glistening brighter than any other star in the sky, popped up. They moved like shooting stars, glowing a rainbow of colors that took Europa's breath away. The stars gathered into a shape, radiating brightly one more time before they sunk into place. Only after the brilliant display was over did Europa realize exactly what she was looking at. Zeus had created a constellation just for her. A constellation of Taurus, the bull. And though it was simply a few stars, billions of miles away, Europa could feel the warmth radiating from them. She felt safe and protected by them. They will be there, looking down on you every single night, my love, Zeus promised, kissing Europa on the top of her head. That night, Europa fell asleep in Zeus's arms. Though Zeus himself didn't sleep, he lay there with her for hours, listening to the sound of her gentle breathing, feeling her draw him closer even in her sleep. It was a magical feeling Zeus had never felt before. How had a human captured his heart so fully and completely? By the morning, Zeus was gone, back on Olympus, where dozens of tasks awaited him. Though, when she opened her eyes, to her surprise, Europa found 3 gifts left for her on the island. There was Talos, an automation that circles the island's blue waters, protecting Europa from pirates or invaders at all costs. There was Lelaps, a hunting dog who never failed to provide Europa with a meal, and a javelin for her protection, which never missed her intended target. If the bull constellation over her head wasn't comforting enough, these gifts were another promise that Europa was safe, and this was her true home. Over the next few years, Europa lived on the island in complete peace. Zeus visited her whenever possible, spending the night with her underneath the evergreen tree where he had confessed his love all those years ago. From their beautiful union, Europa bore 3 of Zeus's sons, who admired their father and the island that they were able to call home. Though Zeus wasn't always by her side, Europa knew he was near, knew he was thinking about her. At night, she would take her children down to the shore, where she had first landed with Zeus. They would sit in the sand and listen to the waves as they lapped the shore over and over and over and over. Then they would turn their gaze up the constellation above their head. Europa would hold her beautiful boys close as she told them all about their father and the journey he had taken across the sea to ensure that they could live a free life here. She told them of the woven flower crown, of the impossibly high waves, and of the kindness in Zeus's eyes. And as she told these tales, she could swear that the stars overhead shined just a bit brighter. I hope you've enjoyed this story, and it has helped you reach a night of peaceful sleep. Please join me again tomorrow for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and today I would like to help you relax and fall asleep guided by my voice and the story you are about to hear. We will dive into the Greek mythology as we go on a journey with Perseus and Andromeda, two lovers destined to be together in a magical world. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to relax and find comfort in the space that we are in. Allow yourself to sink into your mattress and close your eyes. Allow any tension, anxiety, or worries that you have to melt away as you take your first deep breath in. As you breathe in, I want you to imagine yourself rising up into the sky on a gentle blue wave. As you hold that breath, feel yourself gracefully gliding through the air. Feel the mist brushing over your face, the feel of the refreshing ocean breeze on your face. And as you exhale, I want you to imagine the wave gently lowering down, 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 down to a peaceful rest on a glassy, clear sea. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now hold it, cresting on that wave for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and exhale, riding that wave down for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now hold it, cresting on that wave for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and exhale, riding that wave down for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now hold it, cresting on that wave for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and exhale, riding that wave down for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Breathe in for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now hold it, cresting on that wave for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and exhale, riding that wave down for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Know that here and now, you are on calm seas. You can return to these gentle waves that you are in control of anytime you please. In their rhythm, you can find comfort and belonging. Now that we've taken the time to unwind and find comfort in the space that we are in, let us begin our journey with Perseus and Andromeda. Travel with me back in time to an era when the earth at our feet was new, a time where the world was still full of magic at every turn. The seas were full of creatures beyond your wildest imagination. Their cerulean waves lapped up on distant shores of islands whose names have been lost in time. Islands full of creatures, families, traditions, and, at times, heroes. Perseus was never supposed to be born. Long before his birth, his mother, Danae, was locked into a cellar deep within her father's kingdom. You see, Danae's father, Acrisius, the king of Argos, was given a prophecy by the oracle in Delphi. Deep within a cave, dripping with moss and aglow in the light of fireflies, Acrisius was told that his own grandson would cause his death. Fearing that he would be killed and overthrown, Acrisius locked his only daughter away, believing that if she could never have a child, he would be spared. But Acrisius failed to realize the power of fate and the allure that his beautiful daughter held. High in the heavens, Zeus, the god of thunder, was capable of seeing everything. And on one fateful day, as rain fell over the kingdom of Argos, he saw Danae for the very first time. He saw her beautiful dark skin that seemed to glow in the lamplight. He saw her long black hair, which she braided nimbly as she sat on the floor of her cellar. He saw her amber eyes that were full of hope and kindness, even as she was hidden away from the world. And in that gaze, he realized that he loved her. Knowing there was only one way to reach Danae, Zeus took a deep breath. With his powers, he transformed into a single gold raindrop. With a torrent of rain around him, he rolled off a cloud and descended from the heavens, falling, 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 falling through the air. He sailed down past snow-capped mountains, through forests of pine and cedar, until he sunk into the ground. Weaving through the soil, he found himself in Danae's bunker, where he transformed into his true self. Danae was relieved to have someone to keep her company in the prison she was forced into. Months later, Danae gave birth to a son, whom she named Perseus. And to her, Perseus was perfect. The first breath he took and the first cry he let out were the sweetest sounds she had ever heard. He was her son. He was the son of Zeus. Her father, however, didn't like hearing the cry. Still fearing the prophecy would come true, he knew he had to act quickly. He took his daughter and his grandson and sealed them in a large wooden chest. As a storm raged on the magnificent and rocky coast, he cast them into the sea. However, Zeus saw this happening. He could hear the cries of his son and of his lover, Danae. Desperate for their survival, he pleaded with Poseidon, the god of the seas, to calm the ocean and deliver his family to safety. Poseidon agreed, turning the dark blue, turbulent seas into calm, glassy water. It was only a few hours later that Danae found herself on the island of Seriphos, and my, what a magnificent new home it would be. The Greek island rose out of the turquoise waters, dotted with reefs. It was a mountainous island with green hills and olive trees as far as the eye could see. The kaleidoscope of blue and green in the water melted into the white sand beaches, which coiled around the edge of the island in a stunning display. Danae stepped out, holding her newborn son against her chest. With a smile, she promised her son that they would have a beautiful life together here, and she made good on that promise. They were taken in by a man named Dictys, who worked as a fisherman and had a fine home high on the mountains of the island. He welcomed them into his family with open arms, promising them they would always have a roof over their heads and food on their table. Perseus had a childhood unlike any other. As the sun rose over the island, painting the sea and sky a stunning display of orange, red, and pink, Perseus would rise from his soft wool bed and spring out into the fresh morning air. He would eat warm buttered bread as he watched the sun rise higher and higher in the sky. He'd smile as the island stirred to life below him. Fishermen set out into the stunning water to do their work for the day. Birds flit between the olive trees and weaved through the lemon groves, exhilarated by the promise of the day. And when it was time, Perseus would run down to the docks to help Dictys on the boat for the day. It was challenging work, but Perseus didn't mind, for in that hard work, he got to soak in the salty sea air and breathe in the satisfaction of a good day's work out on the ocean. During lunch, he would lie back in the boat and gaze up at the sky, dangling his toes in the refreshing water. Sometimes he'd even nap. He'd listen to the sound of the waves lapping the wooden boat as he rocked side to side, side to side, side to side, side to side. In that rhythm and motion, he felt oneness with nature around him. After his work on the boat was done, Perseus would return to the shore. Most days, he would spend the afternoon lounging in the sand by the water. He would lie there, his sun-kissed skin glowing, his mind completely at ease. Some days while he relaxed, he wondered if his father was above in the gorgeous blue sky, watching him with a smile. As Perseus grew older, he wondered if there was more out there besides the small island he had been raised to love and cherish. Specifically, he wondered if there was someone out there for him. Perseus found himself immersed in books about love and family. He longed to be the partner of someone. He longed to hold a woman in his arms. He longed to cherish her, to protect her, to provide for her in a way that left them both completely at ease. But on the island, there was no match for him. One day, once he was already a fine young man, Perseus was given a difficult task by Polydectes, the brother of Dictys. He urged Perseus to kill Medusa, a fearsome monster with the ability to turn people to stone. Perseus found himself thinking about his father. Zeus would never turn down a task so great, and so Perseus decided that neither would he. He packed a bag of freshly made bread, some water, and his favorite books, and he set out onto the seas. Only this time, he was going to go far, far beyond them. This task, however, was meant to be more challenging than Perseus realized. However, the gods had been watching him for his entire life, and they wanted nothing more than to aid the young son of Zeus. As he sailed across the seas, he was surprised when a flash of radiant, ethereal light encompassed him. In this light, a few of the gods and goddesses stepped forward, looking on the young man with kind eyes. The god Hermes gifted Perseus with a long, curved sword and a pair of his famed winged sandals, promising that they would aid him in his quest. Goddess Athena provided him with a mirror of sleek polished bronze, urging him that the only way to win was by using it. Even Hades, the god of the underworld, provided Perseus with a gift, a cloak of invisibility, which would make his challenging task much easier to complete. Armed with these divine aids, Perseus climbed to the cave of Medusa with ease and confidence. He zipped around Medusa, using his flying sandals and cape to escape her gaze. He used the mirror to lay his eyes on Medusa without ever having to look at her directly, and with the sword, he put an end to Medusa's evil wrath. As Perseus left the cave, he could feel the gods smiling on him. But Perseus didn't feel completely whole, and as he returned to his boat and looked down at the books he had brought, he knew why. Perseus had proven himself as a son of Zeus, but he felt as though his task was useless without someone special to share it with. That night, he lay on his boat and closed his eyes. Overhead, The inky black sky was awash with millions of stars that all seemed to be sparkling just for him. He listened to the waves as they splashed against his wooden boat and rocked him side to side, side to side, side to side, side to side. In the rhythm of nature, he found clarity. With a gentle whisper, he asked his father if there was someone out there for him. And though he didn't hear an answer, he felt something in his heart. He felt a wave of hope stronger than anything he had experienced in his life thus far. And with that hope, Perseus fell asleep smiling, with a sky full of stars overhead and a bountiful sea just below his fingertips. When morning cast itself across the land, it did so with a start. The seas were alive with waves larger than Perseus had ever experienced before. Though he was not afraid, he leaned back in the boat and allowed these waves to guide him through the dark, turbulent waters. And where he found himself was exactly where he was meant to be. In the distance, a misty island rose from the ocean. Massive granite rocks seemed to erupt from the water, peppered with swaths of evergreen moss. It was a sight that took Perseus's breath away, for more reasons than one, because on that rocky coastline, chained to one of those stunning rocks, Perseus saw Andromeda for the very first time. The waves seemed to crash just around her, illuminating her in a halo of stark white sea foam. Droplets of water spiraled off the waves, gathering in beads that glistened in her hair like diamonds. For a moment, Perseus felt as though he was frozen in time. Andromeda had stunning dark skin, unlike anything he had ever seen. Her hair cascaded around her shoulders in pitch black waves, plated with gold charms that made her seem to glow even brighter. And her eyes, her amber eyes with warmth like honey. They found Perseus and gazed at him in a way he had never been looked at before. It was as though he was being understood for the very first time in his life. In his boat, he raced to Andromeda's side. Her hands and feet were chafed from hours of trying to break free of her bonds. Perseus was breathless, desperate to help her. As he tried to free her from her chains, Andromeda told him how she had come to be trapped on these rocks. She was the daughter of Cepheus, the king of Ethiopia, and the queen, Cassiopeia. Her mother, a woman who valued beauty above all else, bragged to the world that her daughter was more beautiful than the sea nymphs. Wounded by this, the sea nymphs told Poseidon, who reacted in a rage. He sent waves and sea monsters to wear away at the beautiful coast of Ethiopia as a revenge for the queen's comments. Hoping to save his people, Cepheus offered Andromeda to Poseidon, hoping that that would appease him, and, unfortunately for Andromeda, Poseidon happily agreed. For days, she had been chained to the rocks, knowing a sea monster was going to take her life. It wounded Perseus to hear that Andromeda had been subjected to such pain. As he unlatched her from her chains, a single tear fell down Andromeda's cheek. Perseus raised a hand, gently wiping the tear away from Andromeda's soft cheek. With a kind smile, he asked Andromeda if she wanted to sail away with him. Andromeda climbed into his boat, pleased to be rescued by the hero. They set sail away from Ethiopia, heading out onto the seas which Perseus had grown so accustomed to. As the sun began to set, Perseus and Andromeda nestled on one edge of the boat and watched it paint a watercolor across the sky. Perseus took his final piece of bread and offered it to Andromeda. Though his stomach was growling, he felt nothing but happiness. Watching Andromeda bite into the piece of bread, watching her eyes light up with relief, it filled him with happiness. He felt as though his entire body was floating, as though he had been exposed to the secret life simply by being by Andromeda's side. They sat like that for an hour as they watched the sun descend over the horizon. Andromeda picked up a book, asking Perseus about it. Perseus told her it was his favorite. With a sleepy smile, Andromeda asked if Perseus would read it to her. Perseus began to read to Andromeda. His honey-sweet voice and the waves lapping against the boat were the only sounds for miles and miles. The poetry he read to Andromeda spoke of nothing but love, freedom, and happiness. He felt closer to her with every word that came out of his lips. And as Andromeda began to slip off to sleep, her hand gently intertwined with his, and Perseus felt a warmth flood over him. He watched her chest rise and fall, rise and fall, rise and fall, rise and fall, with every gentle breath she took of the night air. On occasion, her eyes would flutter slightly, as though she was seeing something sweet in a dream in some faraway land. But the sweetest thing of all was the way her hand tightened around his. Even in her sleep, she wanted him closer. Perseus laid a jacket over Andromeda, ensuring she was warm and comfortable. For hours, he sat like that in utter bliss, his gaze flicking between her and the overwhelming beautiful night sky. For the first time in his life, Perseus felt like he had found exactly what he had been searching for. When morning came, it was Andromeda who awakened first. She arose to the sound of gulls and seabirds flying overhead, filling the salty air with their songs. By then, the sun had begun to rise, casting a purple and pink haze over the calm water. Andromeda turned to see Perseus fast asleep, sitting up beside her. A smile crossed her face as she watched this warrior, this hero, sleep so peacefully. He slept with a small smile, turning the corners of his lips, and his hands clasped together for warmth. Gently, Andromeda placed a jacket over Perseus. Andromeda had never been in love before. The daughter of a king, she was constantly subjected to suitors from various kingdoms and wealthy families. But the men of those families were arrogant. They wanted her as a prize, as a bride they could tout around without truly caring for. Her life with them would be a life surrounded by servants, a life where she could have anything she wanted, except for true love and happiness. She was happier on this boat in the middle of nowhere with Perseus than she would be surrounded by lavish meals and rooms of gold with the suitors who had wanted to take her hand. And as the sun splashed across Perseus's face, waking him up, all Andromeda could do was smile at him, a wonderful sight to wake up to. Gently, Perseus took Andromeda's hand. In a soft voice, he told her that he didn't have much. He was a son of Zeus, but he was a simple man. He lived in a modest house. He worked as a fisherman. He didn't have fancy meals or fine things. However, he would be a wonderful husband if she would only have him. She would never worry, never feel unwanted or unloved. For the rest of her life, she would be cared for. He would read to her every day, watch the sun rise with her every morning, and hold her as she fell asleep every single night. Tears began to fill Andromeda's amber eyes. She wrapped her arms around Perseus, pulling him into an embrace. She cried, telling him that she wanted nothing more than a pleasant, peaceful life with him. She didn't need luxurious things. She didn't need a fancy title. She just wanted the kind man who had rescued her and read her poetry as they sailed across the seas. With full hearts, the two set sail for Seriphos, where they intended to make beautiful lives for themselves. When the island came into view, Andromeda could hardly believe how truly stunning it was. It was an oasis, almost a fantasy land, like something she had read about in books. As soon as they docked in the harbor, Andromeda felt at home. She stepped barefoot into the sand and felt it wrap around her, as though welcoming her to the island and allowing her to be part of it. When Danae spotted her son, she ran to him with tears streaming down her cheeks. She embraced him, grateful that he had come back. Polydectes had sent him on the mission so he wouldn't return, hoping that that would make Danae want to marry him. Using Medusa's head, Perseus turned Polydectes to stone, finally ridding his mother of Polydectes' unwanted affections. For the first time in a while, they were free. When Danae laid eyes on Andromeda, she felt as though it was the daughter she had been waiting her whole life for. The two sat by the sea for hours, discussing their lives as the daughters of kings. They felt understood, instantly connected by the troubling past they had both been forced to endure, by the weight that the title carried for them. By the end of the conversation, the sun was beginning to set. Danae kissed Andromeda on the cheek, welcoming her to the family. That night, by a crackling fire high in the mountains, Andromeda and Perseus had their wedding. The chilly night air was full of the simple, emotional melody of hundreds of crickets singing to the stars. The fire seemed to join in on the song, crackling and swaying with every gust of wind and every new piece of wood laid over its embers. Perseus held Andromeda's hands as they declared their love for one another. Just a year ago, Perseus had been utterly alone. Life on the island hadn't been bad, but there was something missing. He was a man, the son of a god, but he was nowhere near whole until Andromeda came into his life. And Andromeda never knew what true happiness was until she met Perseus. Her life had been all about presentation, all about being the perfect daughter of the kingdom. Now she was free. On this island in the middle of the sea, she found what she had always been searching for. She knew, deep in her bones, that this wasn't a random occurrence. This was fate, and she felt blessed to be experiencing it. After their wedding, the two sat down for an impressive feast as the Milky Way swayed and danced overhead. They dined on fish straight from the cerulean waters around them, garnished with lemons from the swaths of lemon trees along the mountains. They didn't have this meal alone. Instead, the entire town joined them. Stories were told, songs were sung, and laughter was shared. Perseus held Andromeda's hand as she became a true member of the community, one who was loved immediately for exactly who she was. As the embers in the fire died down and the winds began to pick up, Perseus and Andromeda retired for the night. Perseus opened the windows of their modest bedroom and took a deep breath of the air. He lay down beside his wife, embracing her with a satisfied smile. Just outside, they could hear the waves crashing against the white rocks and rolling onto the sandy beaches. They could hear the rustle of rosemary lemon trees, and sage. They could smell the freshness of that sea air, promising that beautiful things were just on the horizon. Perseus could feel Andromeda's heartbeat against his as they drifted closer and closer to sleep. Their breathing seemed to be in perfect unison. Their fingers intertwined as the blanket of peaceful sleep was pulled over them. Whenever Perseus stirred, Andromeda's fingers would squeeze against his, reminding him that she was right there. It was a beautiful dance they did throughout the whole night. Asleep, or in a drowsy state, or in between dreams, their body language whispered back and forth, "I'm here. Do not worry. I am here." When morning came, it almost seemed too good to be true. Andromeda awakened first. Though she was hungry and ready to face the day, she lingered in bed for a long moment. She wanted to soak in every second she had with her new husband. Being near him made her feel utterly at peace, even when no words or glances were being exchanged. Truly, it felt as though they had been made for each other. When the time finally came for Andromeda to get up, she slipped into the kitchen and prepared a modest breakfast. By the time she was done, Perseus awakened and followed her out onto the deck, where they sat on some rocks overlooking the island. They watched the sun rise over the water. Below, they watched the island stir to life. Fishermen got in their boats and set off over the orange and pink water, casting their nets into the ocean, hoping to get their bounty. Birds weaved between the orange groves and the lemon trees, carrying the fresh smell of citrus with them everywhere they dared to go. All around, the sounds of people cooking and stepping out to greet the day could be heard. The crack of a door, the sizzle of a pan, the laughter of a child. For an hour, they sat there on those rocks, picking at their breakfast and showing gratitude for the beautiful island around them. Neither of them imagined this is where their life would lead them, but they were eternally grateful that it had. They lived the rest of their lives in peace and harmony on the island. Some days, Perseus would set sail on the boat, while Andromeda tended to the garden, picking fresh vegetables and herbs for luscious dinners. Other days, they would take time to just relax. They would pack lunch and disappear into the countryside. They'd lounge in the green hills and enjoy the feeling of the sun on their faces. They'd whisper about their hopes and dreams as they sat there, remembering just how far they had come to reach that very moment. It was a beautiful life. I hope this story has helped you reach a night of peaceful, restful sleep. Please join me again tomorrow for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and today I would like to help you relax and fall asleep guided by my voice and the story you are about to hear. Tonight, I will tell you a story about how the 4 seasons came to be. But before we start, let's take some time to relax. Make yourself comfortable. Expand your breath as you stretch, and relax each muscle. Breathe deeply. Inhale, exhale. As you breathe in, feel how your pillow supports you. Sink into it with your weight. Let it take more and more of your body's heaviness or tiredness. And let's be still and quiet for a few seconds longer. Let's take a few deep, calming breaths to relax the body. Breathe in through your nose and exhale through your mouth. Breathe in. Breathe out. One more time. Breathe in. Breathe out. And now, let's begin our story. The legend of why we have 4 seasons begins with the story of Demeter and Persephone a long time ago in ancient Greece, in a world wholly unlike the world today. Back then, winged horses, one-eyed cyclops, and other strange and beautiful creatures freely roamed the earth. It was also during that time that men still believed that gods and goddesses who lived in Mount Olympus ruled the earth. The gods and goddesses looked a lot like humans, but the big difference is that they had exceptional magical abilities, like the power to control the sun, the moon, the waters, and everything else. The gods used these powers to help and sometimes punish the people they ruled over. Among these gods and goddesses was Demeter. Demeter was the goddess of the earth and harvest. Her job was to make sure the soil was fertile so that whatever the people planted grew well. She also made sure that the weather was just right so that essential crops such as wheat, which people use to make bread, grew well. Demeter took her responsibility seriously. She went out every day to make sure that the trees and plants grew healthy and bore a bountiful harvest. If there was any problem, the people knew that they could come directly to her, and Demeter would resolve it right away. She was caring and kind, and because of this, she was very popular among the people of the earth. Demeter loved the mortals, but if there was one person who she loved above everyone else, that was Persephone. Persephone was Demeter's only daughter and her constant companion everywhere she went. Where Demeter is, Persephone would be close behind. Persephone was beautiful in every way you can imagine, befitting a goddess's daughter. She had skin as smooth as porcelain, long, flowing hair that glittered when the sun shone on it, and the reddest lips that put the roses to shame. But more than her physical beauty, she had a kind and caring heart. This quality endeared her to every man and every creature on earth. Persephone had the uncanny ability to make anybody feel happy and at ease around her. She spread light and happiness wherever she went, and so naturally, everybody that she met loved her dearly, but none loved her more than her own mother, Demeter. Demeter liked nothing more than to spend hours in the company of Persephone. They talked about everything, laughed, and sang every song. Demeter loved taking care of Persephone and was a proud mother as she watched Persephone grow into the charming and caring young woman that enchanted everyone and everything around her. Unbeknownst to Demeter, Hades, the god of the underworld, was one of Persephone's most ardent admirers. Her radiance and light fascinated him, and he desperately wanted her to be his queen. One day, Persephone was gathering spring flowers with her mother. She sang as she picked the brightly colored flowers from the field, all the while thinking how her mother's face would light up when she gave her the flowers. As Persephone was happily picking flowers in the field, the entrancing smell of the narcissus flower caught her attention. I must have that flower to give it to my mother, she thought, as she followed the flower's scent, which led her far away from the protective gaze of Demeter. She was ecstatic to find out there was a whole field of narcissus for her to pick. She quickly knelt and picked the narcissus flowers until she had more than she could carry. However, because she was so preoccupied with picking the narcissus flowers, she didn't notice that everything around her had suddenly turned eerily quiet. The birds stopped singing, and there was an ominous feel to the wind. Something was going on, but what? When she finally stopped picking the flowers for long enough to notice the strange feeling that was enveloping the field, it was too late. The earth suddenly cracked open, and Hades, the ruler of the underworld, emerged in a black chariot, pulled by 9 fierce hellhounds. Persephone froze in fear at the sight of Hades in his chariot, and try as she may, she couldn't get on her feet to run. Hades wasted no time, snatched Persephone in his arms, sending the flowers that she had picked flying up in the air. Hades and his hellhound-drawn chariot returned to the underworld, taking Persephone with him. The earth closed as it had opened and left no trace of the terrible thing that had happened, except for the narcissus flowers scattered in the field. Hades brought Persephone to the underworld, a dark, lonely kingdom that he ruled. As soon as they arrived, he led Persephone to a room filled with gold, jewels, silk, and rows of food-laden tables. Please, don't look at me that way. I will not hurt you while you are under my care. Say that you will be my queen, and I will give you everything that your heart wishes, Hades said to Persephone. Persephone had heard tales of Hades from her mother, and none of them were pleasant. He could be cruel at times, so she knew that if she were to survive this ordeal, it would be in her best interest not to say anything to anger him. She also knew that if she ate any food from the underworld, she wouldn't be able to return. She just had to play along with Hades and try not to eat while she attempted to figure out the best way to return to her mother. What my heart desires is for you to return me to my mother, Persephone said to Hades, trying to sound brave, although he terrified her. Ask me whatever you like, but that, my lovely Persephone. Don't worry. You will learn to love this place, and maybe in the process, learn to love me. You are free to roam anywhere you please in the underworld. But know now that you can never escape this place, Hades said, as he left Persephone alone in her room. Meanwhile, Demeter couldn't do anything but pace around, wondering where Persephone was. It was dusk, and there was no sign of her daughter. Demeter looked for her daughter by the pond, in her favorite meadow, even in the hills that she knew Persephone used to frequent, but there was no sign of her. Persephone, Persephone, where are you? Demeter called out to her daughter. But no matter how many times she called her daughter's name, there was no answer. Exhausted, Demeter went home and cried herself to sleep. The next day, she searched for her daughter once more. Demeter searched inside the caves, the rivers, and the meadows. She left no stone unturned, but alas, Persephone was nowhere. I will not rest until I have found my daughter again, she told herself as she stared absent-mindedly into the horizon. She felt deep in her heart that her daughter was alive, and for as long as she had that feeling, she knew that she would find her. Demeter looked for her daughter day in and day out. Because of this, she no longer paid attention to her duties as the goddess of the earth. The soil was no longer fertile, and nothing grew well. It alarmed the people because if this situation continued, there could be famine in the land. The people prayed desperately to Demeter, but she was deaf to their pleas. There was only one thing in her mind and her heart, and that was to find her daughter. The situation had gotten from bad to worse, and the people's prayers reached Zeus, the king of gods himself. He grew concerned about how Demeter was behaving. It wasn't like the goddess of the earth to abandon her duties. Zeus sent his trusted messenger, Hermes, to find out what happened. Zeus learned from Hermes that Hades had kidnapped Persephone and that Demeter had forsaken all her duties to look for her daughter. Concerned that if this situation continues, the people might starve, Zeus asked Hermes to bring Demeter to him so that he could talk some sense into her. Zeus could not hide his surprise when he saw Demeter's state. She had disheveled hair, dirty clothes, and there were dark circles under her eyes. Her eyes lost all its glimmer. She was a shadow of her former self. Demeter, you have abandoned your duties as the goddess of the earth, and you have turned a deaf ear to the people's cries. Go back to your duties once more and restore order to the earth, Zeus said to Demeter gently, as he felt sorry for her. I am looking for my daughter Persephone, and I will only restore the earth if she is returned to my side safely. Tell me where she is, Demeter told Zeus stubbornly, her hands clenched into a fist on her sides. She knew that the king of the gods knew what had happened to her daughter. Zeus knew that there was no reasoning with a mother who was desperate to find her daughter. And so he struck a deal with Demeter. Very well. Hades brought Persephone to his kingdom to be his wife. And, as you know, I rarely interfere, but this situation is different. I will send Hermes to negotiate her release. But you must give me your word that you will restore order to the earth once she is by your side. Demeter stared at Zeus for a few minutes before answering. She was trying to control the rising anger that she felt inside. Persephone was kidnapped, and by Hades of all the gods. When she spoke, her voice was stern but soft. You have my word. As soon as Hades returns Persephone to my side, I will restore the earth to all its glory, Demeter said. Zeus nodded to his right, where Hermes was standing, and with this, the messenger of the gods went to the underworld to negotiate Persephone's release. In the underworld, Persephone's inner light and sunny disposition transformed the sad and gloomy atmosphere of Hades' kingdom. Where there was once barren land, small white flowers grew by the river Styx, comforting the lost, and confused souls ferried there. Her kind heart even tamed the hellhounds, who now followed her everywhere. Even if she didn't want to admit it, but Hades' sincerity and patience moved her kind heart, and slowly she accepted Hades' invitation to explore his kingdom. Her presence alone lighted up the underworld. She missed her mother terribly, but she had enjoyed the company of the god of the underworld, and she was considering becoming the queen of the underworld. Hermes found Persephone sitting with Hades on an elegantly curved couch made from the most elegant gold. Hades had a pomegranate in his hand. "Persephone, my only love, you have eaten nothing since you came here, and I am distraught that you might fade away if you do not eat. Eat just a little of this delicious fruit," Hades said to Persephone, extending the fruit to her. Persephone felt so hungry that before she realized, she had eaten 6 pomegranate seeds before returning the fruit to Hades and covering her mouth with her hands. What had she done? Now she had to stay in the underworld forever. Hermes saw what had happened, and he knew that if he were to take Persephone with him, he would have to use all his negotiating skills to strike a deal with a cunning and powerful god. "Great Hades," he began as he approached him, "I am here at Zeus's command to bring back Persephone to her mother. I remind you, it's not a good move to ignore Zeus's commands." "I know why you are here, Hermes," Hades replied. He had known from one of his spies that Hermes was on his way to take Persephone away from him. But now that she had eaten the fruit with her own free will, he knew that she had no choice but to return to him. "She has eaten 6 pomegranate seeds of her own free will. I will return Persephone to Demeter for 6 months each year, and for the following 6 months, she will come to the underworld with me." Hermes knew that this was the best deal that he could get, and so he looked at Persephone and said, "Very well, it is a done deal. Come with me, sweet Persephone, and I will take you back to Demeter," Hermes said to Persephone as he extended his hand to her. Persephone wasted no time and went with Hermes. When they emerged from the underworld, she saw her mother anxiously waiting for her return. "Mother," Persephone cried as she ran into her mother's arms. At last, she reunited with her mother, and she felt so happy. Demeter cried happy tears as she held her daughter tightly in her arms. And as she did, the flowers bloomed in the meadows, and the trees all came back to life. The soil was fertile again, and the wheat in the fields miraculously bore fruit. The earth rejoiced with Demeter, and all was well. In between tears, Persephone told her mother how she ate 6 pomegranate seeds and how she had to come back to the underworld and stay a month for every seed that she ate. And so the 4 seasons as we know them today came to pass. Every fall and winter, the earth is barren and cold as Demeter mourns Persephone's return to the underworld. And every spring and summer, the flowers bloom and the earth rejoices at Persephone's return to the earth. And this is the story of how the 4 seasons came to be. I hope that you enjoyed listening to the story. I'll see you again next time. Good night. Welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Arif, and if you are here today to listen to a dreamy story that will soothe you and comfort you, you are in the right place. Tonight, I will tell you a story about how the goddess Athena taught Medusa a very important lesson about what it means to be beautiful. Before we begin, let us take a moment to find tranquility in the space we are in and relax. Settle into the mattress underneath you. Feel the weight of the day leave your body as you sink deeper and deeper into the comfort of the bed. Gently place your hands on your stomach. As you inhale and exhale, focus on the rise and fall of your hands. There is comfort in the consistent rhythm of your breathing. As the breath fills your body, take care to feel the warmth as it radiates from your core, all the way down to the very tips of your fingers. Now that you have found relaxation in the space you are in, let us begin. The story of Athena and Medusa began a long time ago in ancient Greece. Ancient Greece was unlike the world that we know today. Back then, winged horses, one-eyed cyclops, and other strange creatures roamed the earth. Men believed that gods and goddesses who lived in Mount Olympus ruled the earth. The gods and goddesses in ancient Greece always got involved in the affairs of men. They showed themselves and talked to mortal men face to face. They looked like us, except they were immortal. Other than this, the most significant difference between the mortals and gods is that they had magical abilities. The gods had the power to control the sun, the moon, the waters, and everything else that you can think about. The gods often used these powers to help, and sometimes punish the people they ruled over. It was then that a beautiful girl named Medusa lived in a city called Athens. The bustling town was home to many lovely and charming women. But of all these women, Medusa was the most beautiful. She had long, shiny, golden hair that reached her waist, and her face was smooth like fine porcelain. Her face was so perfect that it rivaled that of the gods and goddesses. Men came from faraway places just to get a glimpse of her beauty. Medusa was lovely, and she knew it. But instead of being thankful for her gift of beauty and using it for good, she was arrogant of the fact that she was stunning. Not a single day passed that she didn't remind everybody of this. One Sunday, while she was buying flour from the village miller, she boasted about how beautiful she was. "Miller, this flour is fresh and white, but it's nothing compared to my skin. My skin is fresher and whiter than that of the first snow," she said. The miller heaved a sigh, rolled his eyes, and went back to work. He was tired of hearing Medusa talk about how beautiful she was. Medusa's bragging didn't end there. She bragged to the cobbler that her blonde hair glowed brighter than the sun. She told the blacksmith that her eyes were greener than the most exquisite emeralds. And she boasted to everyone within earshot in the public gardens that her lips put the reddest roses to shame. There was no end to her arrogance. When Medusa wasn't busy sharing her thoughts with anyone about how beautiful she was, they would find her looking and admiring her reflection in the mirror. In the mornings, she would spend hours admiring herself in her hand mirror as she brushed every strand of her long, golden hair. "There is nobody more beautiful than you. Not even the goddesses compare to your beauty," she said as she pursed her lips and made kissing motions to herself. At night, she would close the windows and look at her reflection in the darkened mirror for an hour before she got tired and went to sleep. Medusa would take any opportunity that came her way to either talk about or admire herself. She became so self-absorbed that she didn't care about the surrounding people anymore. She could no longer carry out tasks her parents asked her to do without forgetting what it was she was going to do when she was looking at herself. One time, her mother asked her to take some water from the nearby well. Medusa obeyed her mother, but she took too long to admire her reflection in the well, and she forgot to fetch the water. "I'm sorry, Mother, but I forgot to take the water. But aren't you proud that you have such a lovely daughter like me?" she said to her mother without an ounce of guilt. All her mother could do was sigh. She didn't know what else to do with her daughter. Every day, she prayed to the gods, to the goddess Athena, the patron of the city of Athens, to help her daughter be humbler. One day, Medusa's closest friends, who took care of the Parthenon, invited her to visit the temple with them. Medusa was very excited. because this would be her first time to visit the famous temple. But more than visiting the temple, she was looking forward to showing off her beauty to the people who went there. Later that night, Medusa asked her parents' permission to go with her friends to see the Parthenon. It thrilled her parents when they heard that their daughter was taking an interest in some other things other than herself, and they agreed right away. Perhaps the goddess had listened to their prayers. You should see the Pantheon that the great Pericles constructed. It thrills your mother and me that you've taken an interest in the goddess Athena, her father said. To appease and not go into another argument with her parents, Medusa nodded in agreement. But what she didn't tell them is that she didn't care about the goddess Athena. Medusa only cared that she would show other people how beautiful she was. Medusa woke up even before the rooster crowed the next morning. She went to her closet and wore the fanciest and most expensive clothes that she owned, brushed her long hair, and put on her best hair clips. In her excitement, she didn't spend that much time admiring herself in front of the mirror, like she usually did every morning. She bid her parents goodbye and went off to meet her friends. When she and her friends arrived at the temple, she couldn't help but stare in awe at how big and wonderful the temple was. Medusa, I'm not sure if you're interested or not, but the Parthenon has 46 columns on the outside and 18 on the inside. It was Ceres, her friend said to her. Thank you, but I need not know how many columns are inside this temple, Medusa said as she interrupted her friend. Ceres, instead of telling me about the temple, why don't you tell me about how I look? She asked her friend as she twirled around to give her friend the full effect. You look lovely, as usual, her friend Ceres replied. We will leave you here while we attend to some more important temple duties. Please look around and explore the temple. We will find you once we finish with our duties. Medusa's friend said as she went off with the other caretakers to attend to their duties. Medusa walked around the temple, aware of the fact that people were looking at her everywhere she went. She knew that they were admiring her, so she strolled so that people could admire her better. I am inside the goddess Athena's temple, yet people are looking at me instead of her. That just proves that I am more beautiful than she is, she thought to herself. The Parthenon was full of sculptures and artworks dedicated to the goddess Athena. The most talented artists in Athens made these in Athena's honor. When Medusa walked by a sculpture of Athena, she whispered that she would have made a better subject for the piece. This is exquisite, but it would have been better if the sculptor made a statue of me instead. She thought the same thing when she passed by a painting of Athena. The painter did a great job because the goddess has very bushy eyebrows, she scoffed. I have perfectly shaped eyebrows. It's a shame that the painter didn't know me before. Otherwise, he would have painted me instead. He would have had a better masterpiece. On and on she went about every single piece of art and statue that adorned the temple, until she found herself in the center of the temple, where the 40-foot sculpture of Athena known as the Athena Parthenos stood majestically. The famous Greek sculptor Phidias made the statue. He sculpted the figure out of wood and covered it with gold and ivory. The statue showed Athena wearing armor and an aegis, a goatskin shield. On her right hand, she held a statue of the Greek goddess Nike. On her left hand, she carried a shield. Engraved on her shield were various battle scenes. On her helmet, a sphinx and 2 griffins stood, and a giant snake coiled behind her shield. The statue was grand and exquisite, just like the goddess Athena. It impressed everybody who came to see the statue, except Medusa. The temple is beautiful. It's such a shame that it's built and wasted on Athena. I'm sure even the gods will agree that I am more beautiful than she. Maybe one day people will build an even bigger and better temple dedicated to my extraordinary beauty. What she had said shocked her friends and temple priestesses working within earshot. Of all the years they worked in the temple, they knew that the goddess Athena took particular interest in the Parthenon and listened to everything said inside. They also knew that the goddess did not like being compared to anyone else. They had seen the powerful goddess when she got angry, and they knew that it wasn't the best idea to irritate her. Seeing that Medusa was their friend, they tried to help her by making her take back what she had said. Athena was kind and merciful, so they were sure that the goddess would forgive Medusa. Surely you don't mean that. Take back what you said before the goddess gets angry at you, Ceres said to her. Why should I take back what I have said when it is the truth? Medusa asked in disbelief. She turned towards the statue of Athena and said in a loud, arrogant voice, I wish that the goddess would appear before me, so that everyone in this temple will know that I, Medusa, am more beautiful than her. Just then, a blinding light filled the temple. When the bright light receded, the goddess Athena, in all her glory, stood before her. Medusa trembled at the sight of the mighty goddess. She looked around the temple for somebody to help her, but she was all alone. Her friends and the other temple visitors all ran out in fright at the sight of the goddess. My name is Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom, I have heard all that you have said in my temple. Although being beautiful is a gift, it is fleeting. However, kindness and pureness of heart never grow old. If you repent and reflect upon what I have said, I will be merciful and forgive you. The goddess said to her in a soft but authoritative voice. Despite the goddess's offer, her arrogance overcame Medusa, and she said, "You are saying these because you are just jealous of my beauty. It is clear as day that even if I'm mortal, I am more beautiful than you." Athena was silent for a few seconds, and then she spoke in a sad voice. "My dear child, there are things that are more important than physical beauty. You should also take care of what is inside. I could strike you down, but I have heard all your mother's prayers, and so I will be merciful to you. You will become what you are inside, ugly and monstrous." As soon as the goddess said these words, Medusa transformed. Where her long, beautiful hair once was, snakes grew. Scales covered her once clear and porcelain skin. Anyone who looks at you will turn into stone, and nothing can save them from that. Even you, my dear Medusa, should you want to look at your reflection, will turn to stone the moment you see your face, Athena said as she looked on. Medusa was shocked at how she looked. Scaly skin and snakes for hair. She cried and pleaded with the goddess to change her back. But it was too late. I will not be heartless, and you will not be alone in your current state. Starting today, I will send you to live with the Gorgon sisters at the ends of the earth. There, you cannot harm anybody, and you will have time to think about the things you have done, the goddess continued. And with that, Medusa and the goddess disappeared from the temple, leaving only a trail of smoke. When Medusa's friends found the courage to return to the temple, they found only the hairpin that Medusa was wearing when she came with them to the Parthenon. They searched for her, but she was nowhere to be found. The turn of events saddened her parents, but they hoped that one day Medusa would realize the error of her ways. They hoped that the goddess would be merciful and return her to them. The story of Medusa is a reminder that kindness and pureness of heart are things that grow more beautiful as the years pass by. A pretty face can be gone just like the wind. I hope that you enjoyed listening to this story and that it helps you sleep well. I'll see you next time for another fascinating tale. Good night and sweet dreams.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod. My name is Chris, and I'm so pleased you are joining me for another sleep story. Before we begin, close your eyes and let yourself breathe deeply as you begin to relax. Inhale and exhale, each time letting your stomach rise and fall, the breath entering and exiting at a slow and relaxed pace. Inhale for 3 seconds. Hold for 3 seconds. And then exhale for 3 seconds. Let's breathe slowly for a count of 3 once again. Inhale for 3 seconds. Hold for 3 seconds. And then exhale for 3 seconds. And before we begin the story, one last time, just like before. Inhale for 3 seconds. Hold for 3 seconds. And then exhale for 3 seconds. I hope you are feeling calm and are somewhere warm and cozy. Tonight, I want you to listen to a fictional tale, a myth, a legend, and see if you notice any truths in this old story. For this is a tale about humans and gods and non-humans, living things and non-living things, flesh and spirit. Most importantly, this is a story about dreams and reality, of one man's reality which he dreamed to life, and then a reality that was gifted to him by the goddess of love herself. Are you ready to listen to the story? Then, close your eyes and imagine yourself on an island in the eastern side of the Mediterranean Sea. The water around you is a deep, sparkling blue. It is mirroring the sky above. You know that this land is a land of history, but also a land of myths and legends. Here, warriors fought and died. Here, kings reigned and queens were passionately revered. Here, too, you stop to listen to the tales that are told from generation to generation. One of those tales is the story of Pygmalion and Galatea. It was the writer Ovid who made the myth popular in his tales of metamorphosis. And if you allow yourself to become relaxed and lie still, close your eyes, you can picture every detail of the scenes I am about to describe to you. Long ago, when the world was young, on this magical island there lived a king. Pygmalion was his name, and he was a talented artist and craftsman. Not only did he create great works with pigments and paints, colors from the earth and nature, but he enjoyed fashioning sculptures of marble and ivory. Pygmalion would source the stone from nearby places, and he would hew only the finest, brightest, whitest marble. Pygmalion loved working with his hands, the roughness of a rock chiseled into surrender with his own tools, the geometrical slants eventually curving in rhythm. It was like crafting magic. He loved the determined sounds the hammer and chisel made as they bore into the solid rock, as they crushed deeper and chipped away at finer details. His forms took geometrical shape. When Pygmalion worked in this way, it was as if almost in a trance. It would seem that time was nothing, and everything. Pygmalion would let himself be swept away into a world that only he could create, the world of his own imagination. With just his imagination, he could take something in his mind and give it form. He could bring it from the state of fantasy, an idea he only thought about silently, to a state of being, on the pedestal, a complete work of art. To him, the statues were not merely statues, lifeless and cold, but great states of being, warmed by his hands and warming his world with their presence, grace, and beauty. The island where Pygmalion ruled was beautiful enough to feed inspiration for his art. The brilliant sun warming his face and skin as he worked daily on his sculptures. The cool breeze echoing through branches and palms. The occasional song of a bird fluttering about above him. There was nothing Pygmalion loved more than to be the creator of his own world of art. Now, I know what you are thinking. Did Pygmalion have any friends? Any family? Any lovers? Well, it is possible that he had in the past. Yet, as he grew older and thought himself wiser, he came to see that not all women who threw themselves at his feet were worth his time or attention. There were, in particular, one group of women who tried to take his attention away from the arts. They promised entertainment, pleasure, and prosperity. They were the Propoetides, female inhabitants of the island of Cyprus. Although, as a youth, he had sometimes wondered about their behavior and allowed himself their company, Pygmalion soon realized that those women would only waste his time. So much chatter, so much playing. It may have been nice in the beginning, but after a few hours with the female inhabitants, all he craved was stillness and silence. Why, oh why, cannot a woman be simply beautiful and not speak her mind so often? He sometimes wondered to himself. Must they always be so loud, so talkative, so inquisitive, so annoying? Still, he could not deny the beauty, no, the perfection of the female form. He could not deny that looking upon the curves and shapes and supple, tender skin of a woman made him feel as if he were in the presence of an energy greater than himself. Art was life, indeed, and when the women came to him, he felt that he had never seen a more beautiful, perfect, spotless work of art. Here, then, was a problem. He admired women, but did not need their reality in his life. He did not need to seek out a wife. He could feed and clothe himself. He had enough riches, and he did not see why other men let themselves become enslaved to what he liked to call desires of the flesh. Oh no, Pygmalion was far above that, or so he reckoned. He had only desires of the soul, to create great art, to be surrounded by his art, to live with his art, day after day after day. Oh, and after all, no woman is entirely flawless. Pygmalion comforted himself. Every woman I have met, at least, has one faulty thing about her body that makes her imperfect. On the whole, the female creatures are a work of art, yes, but in truth, I have not found any that are without one tiny flaw. One day, on the island, as he pondered these things, another thought overcame him. Why not sculpt my idea of the perfect woman? He said to himself. Why not render the most flawless form ever known to mankind? I am Pygmalion, and it is in the power of my hands to do so. And so I shall. That night, in the silence of his sacred space, his sculptor's studio, Pygmalion went to work on bringing his idea from inspiration to birth. He started with a simple and ordinary-looking block of stone, and then picked up his tools to begin the task of the day. Pygmalion loved being in control of his tools. He loved knowing the outcome of his creative work. Whereas in real life, there were no guarantees. With his designs, he could fashion something that was unmistakably real. He started with a simple and ordinary-looking block of stone, and then picked up his tools to begin the task of the day. Pygmalion loved being in control of his tools. He loved knowing the outcome of his creative work. Whereas in real life, there were no guarantees. With his designs, he could fashion something that was unmistakably real in his mind, in his studio, and also in his hands. Pygmalion thought about these things as his fingers traced the stone and marked where he should begin to carve it. He would fashion the perfect woman, he told himself. She would be of unparalleled beauty, and none of the human women, none of the goddesses, none of the female creatures could ever rival her in his world. And so it was that Pygmalion carved exactly what he wished for. Every part of her form adhered to the geometrical perfection of the female body. Every finger, every toe, every surface of her skin seemed divine. It took a few weeks for Pygmalion to work on his new figure, and as he did so, he rarely stopped to eat, drink, or sleep. He set aside other trivialities to focus on the results of his ivory woman. And one fine day, the work was finally complete. His masterpiece. Pygmalion stepped back from the sculpture to gaze on it as a whole. He had been seeing it up close for the entire duration of his work, and this would be the first time to see his work in full perspective. From a distance, he had made it with precision and the exact dimensions of a human woman, a life-size statue. He gasped a little. The statue was immovable, yet it stirred something inside him that none of his other statues ever did. The figure, the woman, was white as milk, smooth as silk, real as day. Pygmalion stepped forward to touch the woman's face with his fingertips. Indeed, she seemed so real, so supple, so alive. He whispered to himself. A strange, unexplainable wave of emotion swept through his body. It coursed from his fingertips, traveling through his hands, his arms, and found its way to his heart. This wave turned to joy and passion. It was the strong feeling he often felt when compelled to create by an invisible force. Yet, this time, no other feelings could compare. He felt as powerful as a god who could create a form and give it life. On the corner of his studio was a discarded drape. Pygmalion picked it up immediately and returned to the sculptured figure, setting it around her waist, letting it fall over her legs and accentuating her graceful curves. "I shall name you Galatea," Pygmalion whispered in her ear. "For you are as white as milk, and you give life to my heart in the same way that a mother's milk gives life to her firstborn." Pygmalion decided that his new companion must have accessories fit for a goddess queen. He went to his chambers and found a dazzling necklace of precious stones, gifted to him by his mother. "For your future bride," his mother had once told him. "Galatea is my future bride," he said to himself, and then returned to the sculpture, bearing the precious ornament. He fit it around her slender neck and watched as the stones hung perfectly between her bosoms. He was a man obsessed. What was this strange spell Pygmalion had fallen into? What were these feelings he was now experiencing? At first, he thought he was in control. Yet now, oh how powerless he felt when in Galatea's presence. Every night and every day, he stayed in his art studio, lingering under this spell, not wishing to be drawn away from it. He could not eat or sleep or speak with any other person. During these days and nights, he sank deeper into a strange darkness. What he first felt as passion and joy turned to overwhelming sorrow and depression. For he was in love with a stone. He, the great king and artist Pygmalion, had outdone himself. He had conceived the inconceivable. He had crafted perfection. He had styled the woman of his dreams. And yet, this was not enough. He was no longer satisfied. The emptiness in his life soon became apparent. The hunger in his heart grew and could not be satiated. The bottomless pit of unfulfilled desire raged like a whirlwind in his mind. Peace would not come. Pygmalion wanted nothing more than to wish this statue to life. He desired to see her not as a lifeless, immovable art form, but a real, alive, and breathing woman. Was it possible, he wondered? Was there some secret magical potion which permitted the dead to resurrect? Was there anything he could do or say, some mantra he might learn that would rouse this sleeping stone and bring his dear, sweet Galatea to life? There is something, he realized one day. The feast of Aphrodite is approaching. Aphrodite, as I am sure you remember, was the goddess of love, beautiful, revered, renowned in all the land, worshipped in all the land, and across the heavens, born from sea foam and washed ashore on the island of Cyprus. She ruled over fertility, love, and beauty. Aphrodite was considered a queen, for she had initiated many unions of both gods and goddesses, and had affixed marriages between mortals and immortals. The Queen of Love could cause even the hardest of hearts to beat in desire. She could cast her spell of passion over the most bitter of human beings and make them believe in love again. And it was believed that if ever Aphrodite brought together two separate entities in the name of love, their destiny was forever sealed. Nothing, not even death, could destroy their union. Yes, thought Pygmalion, surely Aphrodite can awaken my sleeping Galatea. He decided to attend the upcoming celebrations, and there, to petition the goddess of love to grant him one wish, to turn his work of art into a real woman, a breathing, living woman. Pygmalion travelled to the festival of Aphrodite to offer the goddess a prayer, a wish. Smoke from adorned altars rose high in the sky, tinged with tears and prayers of all who had come to seek favour with the goddess of love. Incense burned, their odorous flavours penetrating the air. Maidens danced on grassy grounds. Pygmalion walked hesitantly upon these sacred temple passageways. He closed his eyes to worship, and as he did, Pygmalion wept. Tears of frustration, you may assume, but in truth, they were now tears of sorrow, tears of regret. For in this moment, Pygmalion thought about all the other opportunities he had been given to experience love and passion. He remembered all the maidens he had shunned with his haughty attitude. He recalled all the times he told himself that he did not need a woman to love him. And, in his mind, he chastised himself for such arrogance and ignorance. Could this be my curse? He thought. To live forever, unable to receive love from the only one who possesses my heart. Is this my fate? To suffer the agony of love which can never be reciprocated? Is this my punishment? To fall for my ivory virgin, to wish for her touch day and night and never be able to experience it? What torment! What heartbreak! What pain I never knew my heart was capable of bearing! Pygmalion fell to his knees in remorse and repentance. Ye gods, who can do all things, he cried. You, Aphrodite, who knows all men, their strengths and their weaknesses, I beseech you, hear my prayer, my supplication, my sin of arrogance and pride. I know now I was wrong in thinking I could live without a lover. Accept my repentant heart, for now I know. What is existence without joy? What is nature without grace and beauty? What is art without meaning? What is life without love? And I, who am I without the woman of my dreams, my Galatea? I am merely a man, a wretched man, a starving man. I am nothing. As Pygmalion spoke weakly, the words he whispered travelled up on climbing pillars of incense smoke. They rose in the atmosphere, passing branches of trees, winding up cliffs, passages, and pathways, until they reached the highest peaks of Mount Olympus. There, where all the tears of prayers had gathered, they touched the holy realm of Aphrodite's world. I find myself now in love with a work of art, from my very own hands, a stone which cannot see or speak or hear, but to me, she is everything. She is life and joy, even though she seems lifeless and soulless. To me, she is fairer than 1,000 maidens, and I would give anything to have her as a living, breathing companion. Now, the tears of worshippers, if their journeys had truly begun in one's heart, travelled until they reached the ears of immortal deities. The goddess of love looked down from her throne and noticed the man on his knees. Her attention turned to curiosity, and she longed to understand. That night, when Pygmalion had gone home, the goddess Aphrodite followed his path to his town and further still into his studio. She wanted to see for herself what this work of art was that he spoke of. What could compel a man to such sorrow? What sort of love was this, she wondered. When she beheld the work of the sculpture, she saw that the face resembled her own. For without knowing it fully, Pygmalion had worked with his heart so deeply that the very woman he created looked exactly like the goddess of love herself. Aphrodite was moved to allay his tears and sorrows. She decided that she would grant this lifeless statue life. And so, that is what happened. When Pygmalion came to his Galatea in the morning, he approached her carefully. And, as he did so, she seemed to blink and smile at him. At first he thought his eyes were deceiving him. His dreams of love and life with his statue were beginning to overcome and overwhelm his mind. He placed one hand on her shoulder to steady himself. To his surprise, the skin was warm and soft to his touch. His fingers found her fingers, and he held the hand of his Galatea. As he did so, the hand moved up in response to his touch. As he gazed upon her face, he found that she was still smiling. Galatea's eyes were wide open now, and they looked straight into his soul. His hand locked in hers, he felt afraid to pull away, lest he wake from this beautiful dream. So he moved closer instead, to place his lips to her lips, to feel if they too were warm and welcoming. It was the kiss of life, he realized in that instant, in that unforgettable moment. Galatea kissed him back, breathing close to his face, her heartbeat so near to his. As the moments turned to minutes, she still did not disappear. Pygmalion found that he was not dreaming. The goddess Aphrodite must have heard his prayers, seen his tears, and granted him his wish. It felt too wonderful to be true, and he still felt unworthy to be given such a magnificent gift. But it really was true, and he really was holding his deepest love. At last, she had awakened the sleeping Galatea. He had created something so perfect, so wonderful, and it had found favor in the goddess's eyes. Pygmalion swore to protect and love Galatea, to provide for and serve her as long as they both lived. Pure love blossomed between the two, and soon they were wed. Their son, Paphos, later went on to build the famous city of Paphos in Cyprus. You could say that their love lived on in the generations that came after them. If you were to visit Cyprus today, you would find a wonderful historical island. Many people still call it the island of Aphrodite. It is as intriguing as its legend. But here, it seems no one is sleeping anymore. It is the third largest and most populated island in the Mediterranean Sea. Mostly sunny, with rare species of animals and plants. It also has some of Europe's cleanest beaches. You might look upon the long stretches of sand, enjoying the sun's warmth or a dip in the ocean. Perhaps you will linger over a late breakfast of freshly baked bread, goat's cheese, and a light salad of cucumber, olives, and tomatoes. Perhaps, if you go to visit someday, you too will see artists, potters, or maybe even sculptors such as Pygmalion, who work at their craft with joy and passion. If you have time, you might even visit the site of the ancient temple of Aphrodite, feeling the mystic charm which surrounds the whole island. Cyprus is an island of wonder and mystery. Yes, perhaps if you get the chance to visit someday, you will write your own remarkable story. The story of Pygmalion and Galatea is simply that, a story. Yet, it has fascinated and captivated people all over the world. The Roman poet Ovid, in his poem Metamorphoses, relates one of the oldest, most complete tellings of the tale. The legend also inspired many artists. Jean-Léon Gérôme, whose depiction is widely remembered, George Bernard Shaw's version of Pygmalion, was also the inspiration for Alan J. Lerner and Frederick Lowe's musical My Fair Lady. And there are many folks who believe it was the original idea for the famous story of Pinocchio, a wooden puppet that comes to life. As you drift off to sleep tonight, I wish that you take from this story whatever you will. We all know that sometimes love is strange. It cannot always be explained, nor are feelings of passion justified. Do you have dreams that you wish you could see come to life? I wish you a restful sleep and a calm, caressed by soothing thoughts and warmed with hope for tomorrow. Good night, until next time. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod. I am Chris, and today I would like you to be my fellow traveller on our shared journey to faraway lands and times. Tonight, I will be your guide as we travel to the wonderful world of ancient Greece to hear the myth of Cupid and Psyche. Before our story begins, let's take a moment to feel wonder and awe at being here in this moment. Take a few seconds to calm your breathing. Allow your body to sink deeply into your mattress. And as you lie down, lay any burdens aside. Allow yourself to revel in this ancient story, a tale of forbidden love and passion. Are you ready? Let's begin. Once upon a time, when the world was very young, when gods and goddesses gifted the planet with immeasurable treasures, there was a great kingdom, and it was in this kingdom that a king and queen ruled with wisdom and care. To this king and queen, 3 daughters were born, and although they were all lovely, charming, and very pleasing to the eye. Only the youngest, the third princess, possessed unearthly and unmatched beauty. Her name was Psyche, and as Psyche grew older, so did her grace, loveliness, and beauty. Those who wrote of her said that the poverty of language could not express its due praise. The fame of Psyche's beauty soon spread far and wide. Her name and appearance soon became so legendary that travelers journeyed a great distance just to see her for themselves. All men soon heard of Psyche and began to leave their usual worshipping at the altar of the goddess Venus, and devoted their attention and praise to Psyche instead. Now, you can imagine the fury that overcame the goddess Venus. The people in the streets below were chanting another's name, and whispering of this virgin's beauty and grace instead. What made Venus even more offended was that Psyche was a mere mortal. "How is it that a mortal girl outshines me?" she cried. "I guarantee that she shall not so quietly usurp my honors. I will give her a reason to be sorry she was born so beautiful." Now, Venus had a son named Cupid. He was a mischievous lad, with wings to fly, a bow and arrows, and nerves to make the best of mothers always on edge. Yet, the goddess Venus assumed her plan was clever. "Look upon this hideous mortal girl," she called to her son, "and revenge your mother. Use your arrows to infuse in her feelings of passion for some equally hideous creature. Find someone low, mean, and unworthy, my son. Honor the gods, and let her reap a mortification fit for such a lowly human being." Cupid, eager to please and obey his mother, promised to carry out her commands. From his mother's magic fountains, he filled 2 amber vases, one with sweet potion, and the other vial with the bitter waters. Carrying them atop his quiver, he flew to Psyche's chambers and found her fast asleep. Her body lay serenely draped over her bed. Her long, flowing locks seemed as if they were made of gold. Her lips, closed in slumber, were as full as a rose in bloom on the most beautiful spring day. Her bosoms as supple and tender as if they had never been kissed before. Cupid moved closer to drop some of the bitter fountain's water onto her waiting lips. But, as he moved near, the point of his arrow nudged her side. Psyche awoke at the touch of his arrow. She stirred, and eyelids lifted. At the sight of her starry almond eyes beneath, Cupid startled himself. He clumsily pierced his own skin with the arrow. As for Psyche, she could not see the young god who remained invisible. She turned over in her half-woken state, stretched a little, and smiled to herself, still lost in the haze of a midsummer's dream. Cupid now felt sorry for wanting to cause her mischief. To repent of his ways, he decided to instead pour the balmy drops of sweet water over all her silken hair. As time passed, Psyche's 2 sisters were wed to 2 royal princes, and though all men still remained in awe of the youngest sister's beauty, none dared ask her hand in marriage, lest they reap the wrath of the goddess Venus. It seemed as if the young woman would never find true love. When her parents turned to the Oracle of Apollo for a consultation, they indeed received an answer. However, it was not what they had expected. The virgin is indeed destined to marry, yet not to just any mortal. Her future husband is a monster who awaits her on the top of a great mountain. A dreadful decree indeed. The king and queen were inconsolable. The people of the land wept with dismay. It was Psyche herself who decided to bear the burden willingly. "I am the victim here," she told her parents, "and I submit to my fate. Lead me to the mountain of my unhappy destiny." Her parents were heartbroken, but they saw no way out of fate's hands. They prepared a royal procession to carry her up the mountain. When they had reached its summit, the king, queen, and all the people returned home, heavy with sorrow. Psyche stood, trembling with fear, on the ridge of the mountain. Her eyes soon swelled with tears. The evening wind grew cold, the mountain air dark, but the grass beneath her feet was soft, and she finally settled down to sleep. When she awoke, Psyche found herself in the most beautiful grove, with tall cedar trees and crystal water nearby. She felt refreshed from her nap and decided to wander. Presently, she came to a magnificent palace. Its golden pillars were welcoming. Everything inside filled her with awe. There was great framed art, diamonds, and treasures on display. As she stood there in amazement, she heard a voice. "My lady, all that you see is yours. We are the voices of your servants. We shall obey all your commands and fulfill all your wishes. A warm bath and supper are waiting for you." Amazed, she looked around, but Psyche could see no one. The voices continued, and she followed. They led her to a wonderful bath, refreshments, the finest wines, and a table spread with all manner of delicacies she had never imagined nor even tasted before. There was even music, played by invisible performers. She recognized the sound of a lute and a harp, and then a wonderful harmony of angelic voices. After her meal, she retired to her bed, and there, in the darkness, her awaited husband came. Although Psyche could not see him in the dim shadows, she knew that he probably intended it to be this way. His kisses and caresses were not at all monstrous. In fact, he was so gentle with her that he awoke a new passion in her body. And as the nights passed, and he continued visiting her, the passion touched her heart as well. Each night, she softly asked if he would let her behold his face. And every night, his answer was the same. "Why do you wish to look upon me? Do you doubt of my love? Have I ever left you unsatisfied, or any of your other wishes unfulfilled? I ask you to not wish to see my face. All I ask of you is to love me." For many months, Psyche was content to be in this place. She looked forward to her husband's visits, and though he never showed his face to her, she did not wish to anger him. After all, he had given her all his love and taken care of her in this mountain palace. The only thing that made her sad was missing her parents and her sisters. She imagined that they must have thought the worst had happened to her, and she wished to tell them how this god, whom the oracle called a monster, was, in fact, the kindest being she had ever known. One night, she told her feelings of loneliness to her husband, and, realizing her distress, he agreed to let her sisters visit the mountain. Psyche was glad that he consented to their company. She was overjoyed to see her sisters once again. She was also eager to show them all the treats she had been given in the palace. The warm, refreshing, soothing baths, the music that lulled her every day and every night, the flowers and treasures, the nourishing food. She wanted to share all these pleasures with them. The sisters enjoyed all that Psyche showed and shared with them. But soon, their hearts grew envious of what seemed like a wonderful existence. They began to taunt her and ask where her husband was, and to describe his features. "He is beautiful and young," Psyche told them, "but he is always away hunting." "Could it be that you have actually never seen your husband?" the sisters said, knowing full well that the oracle had destined her to live with a hideous monster. "Do you know what people tell us in the valley?" they taunted. "People say that your husband is a terrible serpent, a monstrous beast with poisonous fangs. They say he only gives you all these pleasures and feeds you well because he is fattening you for the kill." Psyche did not want to believe her sisters. She had no intentions of ever thinking ill of her husband. After all, had he not granted her nearly every desire? But they were her sisters, and they must have her best intentions in mind, she told herself. "You must be level-headed, sister," the others said. "Take our advice. Arm yourself with a sharp knife and lamp. Hide them in your bed, and when your husband is asleep, you may light the lamp and look upon his face. Then tell us whether the rumors we have heard are true or not. If they are true, cut off the monster's head. Do not hesitate to save and free yourself." When the sisters had left, Psyche thought over and over about their words. She wondered whether they were right, and in the end, her curiosity got the better of her wits. Psyche did as her sisters suggested. When moonlight fell, she prepared the lamp and the sharp knife. She waited in the dark for her husband's habitual visit. She enjoyed his kisses, his touch, his warmth. She gave to him the best of herself, and she received endless pleasures in return. That night, Psyche made love to her husband more passionately than she had ever made love to him before. And, as always, he was gentle, compassionate, and caring as he held and caressed her. When she was certain that her husband was asleep, she lit the lamp. Under the amber glow, Psyche could finally see her lover's face. Yet, to her surprise, there was no hideous monster lying there. Instead, a beautiful man, with swirls of hair cascading around his strong ivory-coloured neck, a body as toned as the chiselled Mount Olympus, and on his bronzed shoulders, dewy wings with silvery feathers. It was the most magnificent, most beautiful sight Psyche had ever seen. She raised the oil lamp a little to get a closer look. Yet, as she leaned in, a drop of the hot oil fell onto her husband, burning him. Cupid awoke, startled at the sight of his wife with a knife in her hands. In self-defense, he jolted out of the bed, flapped his wings and took flight. At once, he escaped out the window, angered that Psyche had betrayed his trust and tarnished his love. When Psyche realized that he was not a hideous monster, but instead a beautiful deity, she attempted to follow him. She perched herself on the window and called to him to return. But, in doing so, Psyche slipped, lost her balance and fell to the ground below. Cupid beheld her mid-flight and felt anger and contempt. "O foolish Psyche," he called, "is it thus you repay my love? After I disobeyed my mother's commands and made you my wife, will you think me a monster and cut off my head?" And, in his heart, Cupid wept to himself. "I do not wish to punish you, sweet Psyche, and so I inflict no torment upon you than this. I leave you now and forever, for the truth is, love can never live with suspicion." With that, he flew away, up, and far into the realms of a dimension where Psyche could no longer behold his face. She remained a long while on the ground, weeping, mourning her loss, and wishing that she were never so curious or so trustworthy of her sisters. We've now come to the end of our story time, and it's soon time for me to say goodbye. I hope you enjoyed this tale, even though it was just the first part of a long and challenging adventure for our hero and heroine. The rest of the myth of Cupid and Psyche tells how the woman devoted her existence to pursuing her one true love. She is a mere human, fated to love a god. Cupid is one well out of her reach, and whom she had access to, but, out of the selfishness of her sisters, succumbed to a much greater loss. Towards the end of the saga, we find Psyche asking the goddess of grain, Ceres, for her advice. She instructs Psyche to surrender herself to Venus. The goddess Venus gives her seemingly impossible tasks and challenges to complete. And so, Psyche goes on an odyssey of her own to win back the goddess's favor. Unknown to Psyche, Cupid remains by her side throughout, invisible, yet always there to aid her. Unlike many other Greek tragedies, this is one myth with a happy ending. Venus allows Psyche to become a goddess, and the two lovers are wed in the realm of paradise. You see, this is a love story, but it is also a telling of Cupid, also known as Eros, or desire of our spirits, and of Psyche, the soul of our human beings. It is a tale of what happens when both our spirits and bodies are overcome with passion, and how we can live so as to make them both united as one. Perhaps, if you come back another night on Soothing Pod, I will tell you another tale. But for now, I wish you sweet journeys in the realm of dreams, a warmth in your heart and mind to comfort you as you sleep. Thanks for joining me, and good night.